Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first meeting of the year of 2025 for the regular council for the Township of Minden Hills. In review of today's agenda, there are two public meetings, applications for zoning bylaw amendments, and we have a delegation today regarding the township's asset management plan. The delegation will commence under item 12.1 after the planning reports on the agenda. The closed session meeting will take place near the end of our meeting. Madam Clerk, please proceed with a roll call to confirm council attendance.
Councillor Sisson,
Present.
Councillor Saini,
Present.
Councillor McKelvey,
Present.
Councillor Johannesson,
Present.
Councillor Ingram,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schell, Mayor Carter.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, would you please proceed with reading the resolution for the approval of the agenda?
Moved by Councillor Sisson, seconded by Councillor Saini. Be it resolved that the January 9th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be approved as amended, moving the delegation to 12.1 on the agenda.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will now move into the public meetings. Madam Clerk, could you please read the resolution?
Moved by Councillor Johannesson, seconded by Councillor Ingram, that council adjourn its regular council meeting at 9:02 a.m. to proceed into public meetings regarding the following: report number 25-01, planning PLZBA 2024061, proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 2513 Davis Lake Road, Roselle Anderson, and report number 2502 PLZBA 2024067, proposed zoning bylaw amendment on Inglesby Road for Kovac.
All those in favor? That is carried. I call this public meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. Today, there are two public meetings held by council under Section 34 of the Planning Act, being for applications PLZBA 2024061 and PLZBA 2024067. These public meetings are an opportunity to present to council and the public the details and background to the proposed amendments and to receive comments from the public and agencies before a council decision is made. If a person would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed, the person is not entitled to appeal the decision. So starting with the first public meeting, which we will call to order at 9:03 a.m. This public meeting is declared open and is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for part of Lot 12, Concession 6 in the geographic township of Lutterworth, being 2513 Davis Lake Road. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Council. So through you, Mr. Mayor, the application was submitted by Melissa Anderson on behalf of the estate of Donald Grizel. There is an existing dwelling on the property together with accessory structures. The current dwelling was constructed in 2021. However, the original dwelling on the property was constructed in 1954, and the dwelling is currently serviced by private individual well and septic. The subject lands are designated rural in the township official plan and zoned general industrial exception 5, so M15, which permits a salvage yard. A dwelling is also permitted as an accessory use to the salvage yard. The applicant is seeking to rezone the lands to rural residential in order to allow for the principal use of the land as residential only. Given the proposed zoning changes, the property owner did submit a remediation report prepared by Perio Engineering and Environmental Sciences, together with a soil sampling program prepared by Cambium. And there were also memos from MECP submitted with the application as well. The report from Perio, as well as the memos from MECP, were specifically related to an oil spill that occurred in the basement of the former house in 2020. The spill resulted in required site remediation of impacted water and soil. Groundwater monitoring also occurred, which ended in September 2021. Both Perio and MECP have confirmed that the proper remediation in relation to that matter has been undertaken and that no further action is required. Cambium also completed a further investigation into on-site soils to confirm whether any contamination exists and determine soil quality meets provincial standards. As certain modifiers were applied that staff were not qualified to evaluate, the report was submitted for peer review. I did not put a recommendation for decision forward today on the report. At the time of preparation of the report, staff were awaiting comments from the township's peer reviewer, Tatham Engineering, and staff were aware that it might result in additional comments or requirements. However, we did not anticipate that any of the information would impact the overall intent of the application. So we did opt to proceed with the public meeting in order to ensure that we're maintaining legislative requirements and then also enabling the progression of the application through the planning process. There was a preliminary analysis provided in the report, generally because the residential uses have been on this property since starting in 1954, but becoming more or less the exclusive use in 1985 when the Grizzels purchased the property. The principle of land use being residential has already been established, so there are no concerns with the use or the zoning bylaw amendment specifically. Since I did prepare the report, we did receive input from Tatham. Although they don't have concerns specific to the studies completed, they did suggest that a record of site condition in accordance with the Environmental Protection Act might be required. As well, the County of Haliburton has suggested that a record of site condition may also be necessary. A record of site condition, just for council and as well as the public's information, is required by the Ministry of Environment when you're changing the use of a property from something that might create contamination, so commercial or industrial, to a more sensitive land use such as residential. Record of site condition was not initially requested with this application, as a requirement for a record of site condition is not tied to zoning, it's tied to actual use of the property. Based on information we had at the time, the property originally formed part of a larger parcel, which was zoned for the salvage yard use. So the property that actually surrounds the subject lands is still zoned M15 and is used generally in accordance with that zoning. The subject lands were severed in 1984 and then was purchased by the Grizzels in 1985 for the purpose of residential uses. So despite the current zoning, there's no indication that the subject lands as they exist today have been used for a salvage yard. Also, the record of site condition is generally triggered when the use is changing. In this case, the use is not changing, just the zoning to reflect the use that's already there, which again, as mentioned, a record of site condition is not generally triggered by zoning itself. Unfortunately, though, that means there's some uncertainty given the unique circumstances of the property, whether the requirements of a record of site condition would apply to it. So my intent would be to consult with the Ministry of Environment, who this record of site condition would normally be submitted under, in order to seek clarity on the matter before we impart any other requirements on the applicant. Tatham has also suggested that a phase 1 environmental site assessment would potentially be appropriate prior to the record of site condition. Those assessments confirm whether there are historical uses on the property that warrant the record of site condition. So depending on consultation with the Ministry of Environment, that might be the next step. Should it be determined that a record of site condition is required, there would still be no concern with the residential use. So we could utilize a holding provision in that case to satisfy the requirements of MECP and include that as the holding provision. But otherwise, that concludes my comments.
Does the applicant have a presentation or wish to make any comments? You know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if they're attending virtually. I did speak with them yesterday. They've unfortunately both come down quite ill. They were hoping to be here today or at least be well enough to attend virtually. If they're not, then I suspect, unfortunately, they're unwell. That would be them.
I'm sorry.
That would be the property owner.
Yeah, okay.
I believe it's Melissa.
Hello there.
Michael.
Working on it. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes. So do you have a presentation or wish to make any comments further to what you've heard so far today?
Yes. Firstly, I would really like to appreciate or to thank Amanda and appreciate all the hard work and effort that she has put into assisting us with this procedure and this whole ordeal. It's been very stressful and trying, but I want to just assert that her professionalism in the matter has been outstanding. In terms of relating to the property, it's a bit of an issue for us in terms of understanding it properly, but from layman's terms, it seems to us that it shouldn't be much of almost a slam dunk that this has been used as a residential property for so long. No issues on the property have arisen from its residential use. Melissa has lived there and grown up there from a child to an adult. Her parents has raised other children there as well. Her parents unfortunately have passed away, but they loved living there. They loved the property. They loved the neighbors. And for us, there was a lot of fond memories. Melissa has fond memories of skating in the driveway after an ice storm and freezing rain, and just to know that somebody would be able to take this property and carry it forward as a home is something that really we do want to advocate for. And as such, we do hope that the council will take into advice Amanda's information as well as her suggestions, as well as allow us to have the property rezoned so that a family in Minden Hills will enjoy it as much as she has.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public now have an opportunity to provide their comments. Are there any attendees participating electronically that wish to speak to this issue? Do we know? There appears to be none. As we go through all the script here, repeat. Okay. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none. As a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any recommendations or comments that you wish to bring forward to the attention of council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as outlined in the staff report, it's recommended that council receive report 2501 planning as information. And as mentioned, given the uncertainty with the potential requirement for record of site condition, I'll be consulting with the ministry in order to determine next steps.
Okay, so just to clarify, so there's still potentially a request from Halliburton County and also from MECP, is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So at this time, we haven't heard from MECP with respect to the actual application itself.
Right.
Previous correspondence was related to a matter that they dealt with separately for the oil spill, but they are then familiar with the property itself. The county has just submitted a suggestion that it might require record of site condition given its current zoning.
Okay, and then you said that Tatham also had,
Similar comments to the county.
okay, so, but theoretically, those, or not theoretically, it actually doesn't really affect the zoning. These are just things to check to make sure that everything is in good stead.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Um, if there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this public meeting closed at 9:15 a.m. Thank you. Okay, moving on to PLZBA 2024067. I call this meeting to order at 9:15 a.m. This public meeting is declared open and is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for part of Lot 16, Concession 14 in the geographic township of Snowden, being 1237 Inglesby Road. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the application was submitted by MHBC on behalf of Joseph and Denise Kovac. The subject lands, which are located on Canning Lake, have been developed with a dwelling and several accessory structures, which do include both an on-water boathouse as well as an on-land boathouse. The property owners are proposing to demolish both of the existing boathouses as well as a shed that's located within the waterfront area to be replaced with one boathouse. The boathouses in general are prohibited both in the township official plan and zoning bylaw. However, the zoning bylaw does still permit reconstruction, providing the new building is at the same height, size, and location. The zoning bylaw amendment, however, in this case would address the difference in ground floor area and location. The height is not going to exceed existing conditions. The property is designated waterfront and zone shoreline residential. The proposal to remove the existing 3 structures to be replaced with just 1 structure, in my planning opinion, does increase conformity with the official plan. Also, the shoreline structure will be more within a defined area rather than spread out throughout the shoreline, and will also reduce the cumulative width of shoreline activity from 39 feet to 31 feet, and would also represent a reduction in the built footprint of 7.5 square feet. I did not include a recommendation for decision at this time. Although the application was deemed complete, there were still some outstanding questions. It was determined that we could proceed still with the public meeting. This again ensures that we're maintaining legislative requirements for the Planning Act, and then also provides an opportunity to receive and consider any public comments if there are any which might impact a decision, particularly where waterfront development is proposed. That said, I have recently, being just a couple days ago, learned from the agent that the incorrect site plan, as it turns out, was actually submitted with the application, and a revision to the requested setbacks is required. This will require an amended application. The changes will affect the information that was on the notice of public meetings. So it would be my recommendation that we do hold a second public meeting that will ensure we're respecting the public process. However, as the intent of the application is not actually changing, any comments that might be received today would still be considered relevant to informing the application itself. We did receive comments from MTO that the property is outside of their control area, so permits are not required from that ministry. We did receive also indication from County of Haliburton. They didn't indicate any concerns, just that the owner is encouraged to limit the removal of natural vegetation and to then enhance also the shoreline area through planting of native species and restoring vegetation as able. Those comments from the county can be satisfied through the required site plan approval should the zoning bylaw amendment be approved. That would conclude my comments.
Okay, I believe the applicant has a presentation or wishes to make comments. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public in attendance this morning. My name is Lee Bull, and I represent Joseph and Denise Kovac, who have an application for a zoning bylaw amendment before you this morning as item 5.2 on your agenda. I'm with the firm of MHBC Planning out of our Barrie office. The application is intended to set the permissions in place to allow for the reconstruction of an on-land boathouse. The proposal will be subject to a further site plan approval application process. If you're able to refer to page 7 of item 5.2 in your agenda package, you can see the location of the property on the east side of Canning Lake, and the property is accessed from Ingoldsby Road. On page 8 of item 5.2, if you're able to zoom into the blue and red buildings along the shoreline, you can see the 2 existing legal non-conforming boathouses that are proposed to be demolished, which are shown in blue. And one of the existing boathouses is on land, the other is over water. The proposed on-land boathouse is shown in red. As Amanda has noted, there will be a subsequent submission to clarify the setback that we are asking for from the high water mark. The original structure is shown on the graphic in front of you at 5.96 meters from the original water's edge when it should have been measured from the high water mark. As I said, the site plan will be modified and the northwest face of the boathouse will be set back approximately 1.95 meters from the high water mark, and the southwest face of the boathouse will be set back approximately 0.4 meters from the high water mark. And we're currently preparing those revised materials to provide to staff. As Amanda has noted, the height of the new boathouse will not exceed the existing conditions at 3.81 meters in height. The 2 existing boathouses and frame shed along the shoreline cumulatively are a width of 12.2 meters, and the width of the proposed online boathouse is 9.5 meters. This is an overall reduction of 2.7 meters of shoreline structures over existing conditions. Calculated as an area calculation, the overall built footprint along the shoreline will be reduced by 0.7 square meters. An environmental report prepared as part of the submission to assess the impacts of the proposed boathouse concluded that there is an overall net benefit as the developed footprint will be entirely on land, and the report also includes a restoration plan to restore shoreline vegetation, which will be implemented through a future site plan agreement. As a result, a natural vegetated shoreline will continue to predominate over built form on the property. The proposed reconstructed boathouse provides a greater separation between the structure and the neighbor to the south over existing conditions. And being modest in scale, the proposed boathouse is not out of character with what exists on other properties on the lake and does not negatively impact neighboring properties. In our opinion, the proposal to remove the existing 3 structures along the shoreline and replace them with one brings the property closer to conformity with the policies of the official plan. I'd like to thank council for the opportunity to speak to them this morning, and I'd also like to thank staff for their guidance on this application. We look forward to our continued collaboration with them through the rest of the planning process. I'd be happy to answer any questions that members of council or the public may have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to questions, is there any member of the public that wishes to have an opportunity to provide their comments? Do we have anybody online? No. Okay, so we go to council. Are there any questions or comments from council on this? Councilor McKelvey?
Amanda, I may have missed it in the report, but do they own their shoreline road allowance?
Through Mr. Mayor, so they don't as yet. They have applied and they are close to the end of the process.
Yeah, so when legal non-conforming status really isn't legal non-conforming if you don't own the shoreline road allowance. My understanding, you have to own the property that the building's on to get that legal non-conforming status.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, no, you're correct in that.
I have serious concerns about boathouses in general. I don't like boathouses. That's why the township's zoning bylaw doesn't even allow them. So I'm still struggling with this. just putting it out there that they really are not trying to use a legal non-conforming status to be able to do this again.
So just taking that point, I also have a concern about the boathouse, but the, what is exactly the status here? We're having this public meeting, but you say there's going to be a new application. So,
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the application will just correct for the setback. The location of the proposed boathouse is not going to change. It's just what the setback was calculated as.
right, but so today we're only going to be receiving this for information, and I
Correct.
guess what we're saying, and then this will come back to
Correct.
us. And did you mention before that you were thinking that there needs to be another public meeting?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, because the setbacks were reported in the notice of public meeting and they'll be changing. I think in the interest of the public being able to have that information and comment on it appropriately should they want to. I recognize there was no one here today, but those setbacks will be reduced beyond what was mentioned in that notice of public meeting originally. So I do think in fairness to the public process that we do hold another one.
Okay, so again, so I fully understand here and keeping in compliance with all the Planning Act. So really what we're doing today is moot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I suppose in a certain sense, we did decide to proceed with the public meeting today because we didn't have an opportunity, given when we found out of the error, to reschedule. We did want to still hold that in case there were members of the public who were interested, but council will certainly have an opportunity to consider fully the new application that will come forward.
Okay. Are there any other questions from council? Okay, as a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any further recommendations or comments or clarification that you wish to make?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as we just discussed, staff are recommending the report be received for information and that a second public meeting be held once we've received and had an opportunity to review the new information for the application.
Okay, are there any other further questions? If there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this portion of the public meeting closed at 9:27 a.m. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have to come back to, yeah, that's fine. It's
Moved by Councillor McKelvey and seconded by Councillor Saini that council adjourned its public meeting and resumes its regular meeting of council at 9:28 a.m.
all those in favor? That is carried. We move on to the adoption of minutes. Are there any comments or amendments from members of council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please proceed with reading the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Saini. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes. 2 sets of December 12th, 2024 public meeting minutes for applications PLZBA 2024016 and PLZBA 2024062. November 21st, 2024 special council meeting minutes and December 12th, 2024 council meeting minutes.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to mayor's report. Not too much to say other than we are back and in the new year, and it is a pretty busy month in January. We have two special meetings next week regarding the budget, the annual budget. And so lots to work on as we prepare for the total 2025 actions that are going to be taken by the council and by the township. There is on our website very clearly, we're asking for any input concerning or regarding the strategic plan. So please take the opportunity to answer the survey. And then I guess finally, although we've had cold weather and warm weather and then cold weather once again. So please take all precautions if you are going out on the lake. I did note that the other day, sort of 2 days after there was open water, there were snowmobile tracks running across the lake, which seems to be more than a bit risky. But anyway, everybody please stay safe out there. Moving on to the Roma board, we have Roma that's coming up. Sorry. Sure. Okay.
Your mayor's report, I believe the county adopted their budget yesterday. I just
the-
thought you might want to give us something on that as.
The county did adopt the budget, the county budget yesterday with one there was one change that was going to be made in it. So the number, right. That was, that was for the ratio for the new class that the government put together for the sort of the how to best put it, the accessory uses of gravel pits. So it wasn't for all of the, for instance, any gravel extraction, but it was for the extra land where you may have had a shop or a warehouse or things like that. There was a special rate that was put together, and I think it turns out to be like a $6 million tax break, $3 million, which came from school taxes, and $3 million, which comes from municipalities or counties in this case. So we have because we have a very small part of land, but it's 3 million across the province, I guess, is what it is. But it was that was the number. The number for the Councilor McKelvey, I'm sure you have the exact number for the next. I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I can't remember it right now. Right. So it ends up being 6.32% total. There's 1.5% of that is again this special levy to build up the reserves for the capital assets. And we have coming up in 2 weeks the Roma conference. So Councillor Samey, would you speak to Roma?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm excited and nervous and all at the same time being on the board there. It's been a great year, and another conference coming up from January 19th to the January 21st. I'm very excited that the majority of council is going. So I want to just point out some highlights, if I may, about going. Take lots of business cards for a couple of reasons. First of all, you know, when I come back from a conference, I have little things that I hand out to everybody because there's pens, there's all sorts of very useful desk things. And you can also put your cards in for free draws. And if there's something you can't focus on from one of the exhibitors there, you can also get that information and they'll follow up with you because you're going to be overwhelmed with what's going on. I'm very excited about our program. The comments that I got last time reported to the board, and I think they've been in consideration in terms of the workshops that we're having. So one of the comments I got from Algonquin Highlands, they wanted stuff more at the lower tier of things. And so I put that forward, and I think you're going to see more things coming forward that address both upper and lower tiers, as not every municipality has 2 tiers. But really excited about the asset management workshop that we're having. It can't be better timing for us to have a workshop on asset management as we get into gear and get up to date with what we're doing. So helping with the planning, the risks involved, and balancing the costs and long term. So some really good insights on that. We also are having some workshops on, interesting enough, one of them regarding mental health and the ideas of addictions, which we have a growing problem in rural areas. It's not just an urban issue anymore. It's growing, and across the province, we're not unique. But Jennifer Delou from Algonquin Highlands will also be one of the presenters there. So that's pretty exciting to have someone from our area doing one of the presentations there. And also the insights from AMO's Healthy Democracy Project will be presented. You know that I did a deputation a few meetings ago on the Democracy Project. So here's your chance to learn a little bit more about it and take a deeper dive into some of the things that are going on with this in terms of the elections coming up. And in 2 years, we have another, municipal election, which I'm hoping to rally our troops and get more people out voting and running and that sort of thing. And the other is that looks like we're going to be having some federal and provincial elections. So this democracy project, I think, as we see the world turns, is an extremely important thing to understand and to get involved in. So there will be some workshops on that. And also the Minister, Paul Calandra, who we've met with now a couple of times with our new Roma board, he's inviting municipalities to all elected officials to engage in a discussion of future issues and future of communal sewage, if you will, because we've got some really important projects going on. We know infrastructure, particularly for the rural areas, we need to do some unique things. We can't just keep expanding our wastewater systems. So he is going to be having a meeting with all the elected officials. So be sure to be there, introduce yourself to Paul Calandra, and take advantage of that opportunity. The other is there's going to be a deep dive into the blue box transition, as well as the broader waste pressures and goals, such as municipal costs and operations for our new system. We are in the middle of doing this. And I think, as one of our directors has put forward, how do we deal with some of the waste? If you take a plastic bottle to work, does it go in our recycling barrel here or over here? Some of the really fundamental questions that are really confusing us as well as every other municipality. This is the time to take these questions forward and get clarification from the province and from the presenters. So you can see there's a lot of relevant information that's really good for this timing for this conference. And the other thing I want to mention with the water wastewater is what LAS has done. And Judy Dazell, as I was saying earlier to one of our counselors, Ivan, who raised this issue, our Councillor Ingram, we really need a system that can deal with water and wastewater expansions, and that is unique to rural areas. We can't just keep building on the same plant that we have and do planning and development as we've seen it. So there are coming up with some alternative ways to create water and wastewater options for new developments. And why do we want new development? Because we need people here. to work within our retail, to work within our stores, and to grow our businesses and have a place to live when they're building new homes, et cetera. So we see this as a really exciting opportunity. I'll be asking at some point that this go on our agenda because they're going to be selecting 10 municipalities to work with in this new model. And we have to have the applications in by March 31st. So keep an eye on that. And one other thing I might mention is we did have the housing forum here in Minden Hills, which was attended by a really broad group of people and some really great ideas. And one of the ideas that came out of the head of the City of Kawartha Lakes Housing was, how do we rotate that money that we're investing in housing? How do we get the money to keep that locally and continue to be able to build? So we're not calling on our tax base. We're finding a kind of a circular economy, if you will. I really love that idea. Being in the position I'm in, I had the opportunity to be in touch with LAS, which is affiliated with AMO and Roma. And this is on the desk of the director there. The water is certainly a priority, but there was a very good conversation between the two of them. There's a lot of regulations involved if we try to go in that direction, but we have an opportunity to look at how we can fund housing in the future and keep that money local, and also take advantage of so many small rural areas that can work together to create a better equity to do the kind of development we need to do, and also to address the issues that we have, like around staffing. And finally, I'm just going to also, regarding the conference, which I'm still nervous because I'm chairing about 4 sessions, and it's coming up, and I'm trying to prepare my mind for 4 different topics, and it's very exciting though. And but one other thing I want to bring to our attention is there's an art gallery in City of Kawartha Lakes, which I'm hoping with Councillor Johannesson and myself and some other members from our cultural committee to have a joint meeting with that gallery, and particularly Susan Taylor, who's going to have a booth at the Roma meeting. I want to encourage everybody to go to that Roma booth, because we've got some exciting things happening with understanding how culture is so much of our everyday and we're not paying enough attention to it, and how much it's helping people from all different walks of life and excitement of creation. It's kind of like culture is like fish don't see water. So we don't see the air we breathe, but we live in it every day. We live in our culture every day and we don't see it. So I think in terms of equity, in terms of representation, the stuff that Suzanne is bringing forward in her many decades of work in the area and her connections across the province, she's going to bring that to that booth. So please stop by and see what's going on there. And also I'm looking forward to our work with Minden Hills and other municipalities, kind of gelling around the topics and the work that's being done there. I'm still getting feedback from the teeny tiny summit that we had in Minden. It really put us on the map. And so it was, people from all over came. It wasn't just people from Minden. So I'm still getting feedback around the province. And, I want to say that we were the best in-person teeny tiny summit we've had. So, but I don't want to, say that, too bad to the other folks. They did great jobs too. But I was very proud of Minden, and I'm still getting a lot of information back on that. So I think that's mostly what I had to say. Our Roma work still focuses around, and will continue to focus around, infrastructure enabling projects that we're working with the ministers on. We're still working on the healthcare system and access to healthcare. Very still excited about Jane Philpott being hired by the province because of reading her book. She's so grounded in what she's doing and practical, very exciting. And systematic issues that lead to rural homelessness are going to also be evaluated. And broadband is really top of Lisa Thompson's list. Lisa Thompson's going to be doing a address to the General Assembly. Her ministry now, which used to be Ministry of Municipal, or used to be, Agriculture, is now Ministry of Rural Affairs. And she is such a grounded, I'm always happy to listen to her and her commitment and the work that she's doing. And she is very committed to the broadband, and she realizes that is an essential service and almost as much as housing should be a right, broadband and access to internet should be, because that's where we're going to be getting so many of our services in the future. So lots going on, and I'm very excited that we've got such a good representation from Minden that will be there, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Councilor McKelvey.
Just the LAS, and you mentioned have it on a future agenda. That's definitely going to happen. Okay. Because I think this is something we should look at. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks for the
going to
question.
correspondence and communications. There was the first one is a note that that came to us regarding emergency management and proposed amendments to the Modernize the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, something that is being worked on by the provincial government. So I just passed it along for everybody to see. Are there any questions or anything, discussion on that? All right, please read the resolution to receive it.
Moved by Councillor Johannesson, seconded by Councillor Ingram, that council receives correspondence from Emergency Management Ontario regarding proposed amendments to modernize the Emergency Management Civic Protection Act as information.
All those in favor, as carried. A note, a letter that we received from the Haliburton County Snowmobile Association. Sure you've all read it. Is there any comments or questions regarding that? Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, I might want to note that I see farther down, they're talking about parking, future things there. We own a piece of property right beside Dave Shapiro's office. It used to be the old Sunny's Variety.
Yep.
That could be a possibility for parking or staging. It's vacant now. It just needs a bit of clearing, I think, but keep that in mind down the road.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do we have a policy, or is there anything like this thought of naming the bridge? Do we have a policy or a process that is laid out for taking that type of recommendation? I know that when you go along and on the provincial highways, all the bridges that are named after fallen OPP officers or things like that. I was just wondering if we had a process that if anybody knew about. Okay. Yeah, I was just thought it may have been one of those, bylaws from 1979 or
I
something.
wasn't here then. Councilor Carter.
Right, sorry.
Still in grade one.
Councilor McKelvey first.
I wasn't quite here yet at working for the township at that point either, but that's not a bad idea that we have a policy on it. I'm not a fan of naming things because just see things happen years down the road that people wonder why and you never know. And but can I go back to Councillor Ingram's point about Sunny's Variety? It's one of the pieces of property the township has that should be put up for sale. But back to this question, they talked about the end of Pine Springs Road. They wanted parking at the end of the Pine Springs Road. They mentioned Algonquin Highlands actually maintains the road in the winter. I would like to see us maybe follow up staff-wise for that request, that perhaps Mike can speak with Algonquin Highlands about that. That seemed to be their focus point, that they wanted a parking location in the Pine Springs Road area. So
Okay.
if
Sure
we could just ask staff to follow up on that part of it.
Pine Spring Roads where there is now Algonquin Highlands.
Yes, there is a landfill
that is
site.
on the property.
Yes, no, it's on Algonquin Highlands property, but it's in the township of Minden. It's not on Minden Township's property.
No,
per
no,
se. It's on,
within Minden Hills.
yes, same as our Irondale Hall is in Highlands East.
Yep. These things happen.
Mhm.
Right, Counselor Sandy?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, in terms of parking, we do need to address that. I think it's a bigger planning issue for our municipalities because we don't want to end up with some of the situations we've seen in the past with parking for trails and vehicles on some of our roadways. So that's important. In terms of the naming, that is the first thing that came to my mind as well. What's my policy behind this? What do I refer to in this kind of a request? And we really need to have that, I think, before we can start naming things, because it needs to be very transparent to the rest of the community on why we're doing or not doing something. And also then in terms of that policy, looking at things like what history needs to be behind that. What are the criterias that we're looking for? What kind of public notice is required before we do something like that? But I want to, thank Bob and Gwen Bryant as they seem to be extremely supportive of the Snowmobile Association, and we know that's really important for many businesses, and hopefully it will be increasingly important here in Minden. And so I think I like what the Snowmobile Association is trying to do, and in terms of saying, okay, let's try to build Minden during our winter seasons by bringing more people here. Having parking will be a big part of that, I think. And when you park and then you're going to be hungry and then you're going to go and attend some of our businesses downtown. So I like the stream and the track this is on, but I really am not comfortable about doing any naming without some kind of public understanding of how we do that. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, so we will receive this for information at this point, and after further study to see if there is any existing, something must have came about when what did we name? I guess the arena, which would have been forever ago, right? That came to council. I do know it was at council. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We don't have a formal policy. If that is something that council would like to see, staff can take that away as direction. Thank you.
I guess if we don't create the policy, we should at least have something whereby we can have the discussion at council as to what we're going to do with this. We may handle this single request before we come up with a policy for the future. Not that I see that we're going to be building a lot more bridges, but we should at least have it on the agenda to have the discussion as to, well, yeah, as information, but the thing about it is that, public consultation is, I think, would be I'm not a snowmobiler, so I'm not familiar with all of the people that are involved, but there may be other worthwhile people in the community that you could name this after, and some people in the public may want it or not want it. So, we should at least, lay out some sort of a process before we officially decide to take the recommendation of the Snowmobile Association. Councillor Sandy?
And along that line, as we're forming the policy, just to contribute to how that framework might look, is that when we have people that dedicate a bench to someone and that's under somebody's name, they pay for it. In this case, we pay half, the Snowmobile Association paid half. So there is a reciprocal kind of donation there when we do that kind of naming. So I don't think necessarily we need to plant everything into, did you show some money for us before we name it? That's certainly not the case because there's many other values other than money. But I think that that's something that we should somehow address because we do already name things that are donated to us in some way. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the only issue is, if I donated a bench and I said, I want to donate this bench in the name of my mom or something like that, that's different than naming a public structure. And there may be, public comment out there as to, whether they, whether they want to do that or not. So let us, not really certain what I'm asking you for here, but I'm, But-
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can come back as staff to a future meeting with some options or ideas of how other municipalities
That's-
handle naming requests.
that would be good. Please read the resolution for the acceptance of this, so we can move on to something else.
Okay, we've just received for information.
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council received correspondence from Halliburton County Snowmobile Association regarding a request to rename the floating snowmobile bridge as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. And now we go to department reports. I believe Community Services is first. Ms. McGuigan, if you could start with, I guess, 11.2.1 surplus equipment.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So today, report 2501 is the surplus equipment. So this is, the purpose of this report is to seek direction from council to declare the listed community services vehicle and equipment surplus and to dispose of the vehicle and the equipment. The outlined in report 24002 finance budget and business plan follow-up that was presented in March 5th, 2024. Report identified the 2013 Ford F-150 in poor condition, as well as council later on had requested an update on the old backup generator to determine whether it was viable use or the equipment should be deemed surplus. In 2023, the commercial safety inspection of the 2013 Ford, it was determined the cost of repairs were more than the vehicle value, and the existing state, it would not pass the safety inspection. So it was removed from the road. So Community Services is working with 2 vehicles instead of 3. And the township, we had industry experts come over to look at the old generator that is sitting down by the baseball diamonds. The industry experts determined that the equipment is not viable for alternative use. The contributing factors that were identified was it had not been turned over or tested for several years, unknown if the fuel was drained before disconnecting, as well as the new standards by TSSA. There'd be the needing of the new double-walled fuel tank, and that would be a custom order for there. So the vehicle and generator were seeking to be sent to auction to dispose of and transportation at the bidder's cost without warranty. The proceeds of the sales of the surplus vehicle would be placed in the parks reserve for the truck, and then the proceeds of the sale of the surplus of the generator would be placed in the emergency preparedness reserve.
Deputy Mayor Shell.
I have a question. Candace might not even know the answer to this, but when we say old generator, do we have any idea what year that was purchased?
I don't know that.
No, I figured you might not, but I'm kind of looking at Councillor Ingram. I'll just text him. Okay. I was just curious. It's all good. Thank you. That gives us a timeline already. Yeah. Oh.
Any other questions, Council McKelvey?
My question more is on the reserves that we're going to put the money into, albeit I don't think we're going to be getting a lot. But the Parks Reserve, there seems to be a lot of different funds going into that Parks Reserve as opposed to it being because the Shoreline Road Allowance money is going into that Parks Reserve. No, it's not. Okay. So there is a separate. Okay. That's fine then.
Councillor Saney.
Yes, I hate to see this emergency generator go, but it has to, I understand. My concern is that we don't know for sure if it exists or not. So in some kind of eventually routine maintenance, we'd be starting the generator at least once a year. I start my little 4,500 generator at the beginning of every season to make sure it starts and the gas works and everything. So this is a fairly expensive item that will eventually, I think, get into the, starting it every year, whether we need it or not, and wondered how that slipped through our, is it not attached to anything? Or I think other counselors may know more about this.
Councilor McGuigan first, then I'll get to you, Councilor Ingram.
Oh, I just became a counselor.
Direct,
It's the motion.
yeah. Yeah. Your salary now decreased precipitously.
Panhandling.
Director McGuigan.
So the generator that we're talking about was disconnected when they did the new build. So it actually is sitting offsite, like it's not even attached to anything. So that's why there's no turnover. Whereas the new generator actually would, when we move forward, would be actually go on a monthly basis.
Yeah, sorry. Councilor Ingram.
I just know we have a contractor. We did have a contractor back in the day. I put 5 generators in this township over the years, and they were serviced by a contractor. And all of those generators start automatically every 30 days, I believe. And then there's maintenance that's kept up on that. So,
As I remember the questions on this specific generator, it was disconnected at the time, near the end of the life of the old arena. And then it was obviously disconnected all the way through the build. And then COVID hit, and it was deemed, even in the construction, that it was not of the proper size to be able to do anything, and the cost of doing any wiring or whatever was outrageous. And so it just it died right there. Sorry, did you have something? All right. Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receive report number 2501, Community Services Department surplus equipment as information, and further that council deems the 2013 Ford F-150 as surplus and directs staff to dispose of the vehicle, and any funds received shall be placed in the Parks Reserve. And further that council deems the generator as surplus and directs staff to dispose of the equipment, and any funds received shall be placed in the Emergency Preparedness Reserve.
All those in favor? That is carried. After the vote or before the vote? Okay. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure, and it is not just this one. We're gonna do these on Gov Deals. Is that where we're advertising these? Okay. Can we also put some notice in the paper so that people know that, and it's not just for this one, there's roads has some, fire has some. Not everybody sits on Gov Deals on a daily basis to know that these have come up. So it would just be nice if we put some little blurb in the paper or in our weekly thing that we have in the paper.
Or on our website.
Or on our website, whatever you want. Just to say that we have surplus equipment that's going to be listed on Gov Deals.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can do that.
Thank you.
2006.
Yeah, that's prior to
I was-
Age of 2006.
When I was in grade 1.
You were in grade 1 too.
Yeah. Sorry. Community Services Department Community Garden Agreement.
So report 2502 is the community garden agreement is to seek for council to the approval for the renewal for the 5 years. In December 2022, the Township of Minden Hills Food Center entered a 2-year pilot program agreement for the community garden located at the Minden Fairgrounds. The initial agreement had the option of that 5-year renewal. There were 20 plots that were established, which have been occupied for the 2-year pilot program. And the gardeners are awaiting the 2025 season. To go from there, we had discussions with the Minden Food Center. They were on board for a 5-year renewal. And that is what we're bringing forth. And the water usage and property maintenance is included in CSD's operational budget.
Questions, Councillor Sami?
Yes, more of a comment than a question. Definitely in favor of this agreement. Again, it's great that we have this program finally going. And I just want to do a call out to the Kinsman Club, because if it wasn't for them and their donation of this land and stuff, as I understand it, we would not be able to make these decisions. So we own the land, but I think it was through the Kinsman Club that we originally got it. So who is the club? So some clarification is what I'm looking for about how we acquired that land from the clubs. Sorry, thank you. Pardon?
Go ahead.
The land was donated by Last Prentice. And it was donated to the Fair Board. But because they couldn't do the insurance and all of the things that were involved, it was then given to the township, where the Fair Board was to have use of it in perpetuity. There's an agreement in the 80s, I believe, for that part of it.
So then thanks to the Fair Board and particularly the Prentices, because I think that's the history and the culture that we need to recognize. And so it's really important that we say, hey, we can do this, but here's the roots of why the municipality can do that. Thank you.
Particularly if we want to name the gardens. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to name the gardens, but I want to make sure everybody realizes that this is because of the food center that have done a lot of work
Yep.
to get those community gardens up there. And like, I find it just heartwarming when you drive up the North Road and you see this happening. It's just, I just hope they expand. I really do. I think it's just amazing that that has taken off the way it did. And
Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, is there any inklings of looking at expansion from them?
Not that I've heard of yet, but I'm pretty sure we would have discussions.
Okay, thanks.
I think there are some discussions in some quarters with other groups who are looking at it. Councillor Johansson?
I'm one of the people that use it. Mostly my husband, he's got the green thumb. But I'm wondering if we could put something in the paper or just make people more aware of this. We had an incident where there was a gentleman taking food out of there and he thought it was okay to do that as it was his tax dollars. So it's unfortunate we have that kind of thing, but just, you know, these are people that are growing things for their own use, or as we did, take stuff to the food bank, but just a little bit more education on it, maybe for the people to understand.
Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Sani, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receive report number 2502, Community Services Department, Community Garden Agreement as information, and that council approves the 5-year renewal term.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to Lachlan minutes.
Yes, so report 2503 is to provide to council the Lachlan Community Center Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated September 17th, 2024 and December 10th, 2024. Is to receive as information, as well as for council to acknowledge the recommendation in the December 10th, 2024 minutes that staff put forth a summary report on the Lachlan Community Center as part of the 2025 budget review to seek council directions on the next step. The Lachlan Community Center Committee provided a recommendation in the September 17th, 2024 meeting, however, decided at the December 10th meeting to pass a motion to reconsider that recommendation and to provide a new recommendation. Staff will provide a summary report to council at the January 16th, 2025 special council meeting for review of the work completed by staff and committee in 2024 and seek a direction on next steps.
Any questions from council? Councilor McKelvey?
Not so much a question, but I would really ask that council get their head around this project and figure out so that when we do meet next week, that there's some good discussion and direction, because everybody's been doing a lot of work, going out and trying to get prices and doing all this work. And if council doesn't support this project, then that's all for nothing. So we just need to really put our head around this.
Okay, noted. Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receive report 2503, Community Services Department, Laughlin Community Center Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated September 17th, 2024 and December 10th, 2024 as information. And further, that council acknowledges the recommendation made in the December 10th, 2024 minutes that staff put forth a summary report on the Laughlin Community Center as part of the 2025 budget review to seek council direction on the next steps.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Councilor McGuigan. Good morning, Chief Kruger. Please give us your report on smoke alarms for everyone.
Good morning, Council, and through you, Mr. Chair. This report is just a review of the program that was started in January of last year, the SAFE program, or Smoke Alarms for Everyone. Over the course of the year, through the township website and also through phone calls to the fire department, we were able to install 20 smoke alarms in 19 homes within Minden. And then we also handed out quite a bit of literature as part of the Test Your Smoke Alarm Day, September 28th. And what we're asking here today is that council approve this program as an ongoing program.
Questions, Councilor Ingram?
Through the chair. Is the funding continuing for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Ingram, yes. So most of the funding for this was actually through donations. The smoke alarms themselves were actually donated. I know it doesn't say it in the report, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say who donated it, but it was a generous donation from the Minden Home Hardware that allowed us to start this program. And we would certainly we would continue to ask for donations, but yes, we could fund this actually through our public education and fire prevention budget.
Councilor McKelvey?
So the generous donation of the 250 smoke alarms, like, do we have all of those on site, or are those just as we need them, we get?
Through the chair to Councilor McKelvey, yes, we have all of those smoke alarms in our possession.
So at 20 a year, these are going to be expired. So is there a way to?
That is certainly a possibility. It just depends on how many we give out every year.
Like, I'm just wondering if they can be given back to Home Hardware to give us a smaller number every year, sort of thing, as we use them. I don't, maybe I'm pushing my luck with a generous donation. But
It's certainly something that could be looked at. But I mean, we don't know how many we're going to give out each year, right? So
Well, no, but-
we'd rather have too many than not enough. And they are good for 10 years. So certainly if we got to the point where, you know, they only had a year or two left of usability, then we would look at doing something else. But at this point, they are good for 10 years, and we have a number of them that we can continue to give out for many more years.
Okay. Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, that report number 2501, Fire Smoke Alarms for Everyone, SAFE program, be received for information, and further that staff be directed to implement the Smoke Alarms for Everyone SAFE program as an ongoing safety initiative program.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Chief. I think we will do planning and development, since they should be two short issues. get started with 11.5.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for report 2501, which was the Grizel property, I don't think I have anything further to add. As I mentioned, I'll be consulting with the Ministry of Environment to determine appropriate next steps. And then council will hopefully see a zoning bylaw amendment come forward to a future meeting soon.
So at this point, we're just accept it as information.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Johannesson and seconded by Councillor Ingram that council receive report 2501 planning PLZBA 2024061 proposed zoning bylaw amendment 2513 Davis Lake Road as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. 2502.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't really have anything further to add. I can certainly answer any questions if there are, but because I am recommending that we do a second public meeting, there would be a fulsome report analysis that would come forward for council to consider and discuss at that time.
Okay, so we just received this as information. We have a full chance to comment on the next
Correct.
public meeting. Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receive report 2502 PLZBA 2024067 proposed zoning bylaw amendment Inglesby Road, Kovac as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. All right, we will take a break now, and we will be returning to the scintillating discussion on asset management. How much time are you going to need to set this up? Or is everybody ready to go? Okay, so we will be back here at 10:30. Okay, welcome back. Our Director of Finance is going to bring us through the wonderful world of asset management. So I turn it over to you and whomever else. Well, apparently the CAO wishes to speak first. And so it becomes before.
Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to take just a couple of minutes to acknowledge that this is a major milestone for Minden Hills. We have been without an asset management plan, an up-to-date asset management plan for some time. I would like to thank the Director of Finance and Treasurer, and particularly the Director of Public Works for spearheading a lot of this work. I'd like to thank the department teams who have fed into this body of work and where we are today. This is brings us into compliance for our requirements for 2024 and allows us to go after some available funding. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody for all the work they've put into this document. I don't want to steal our Director of Finance's thunder or our consultant's thunder, but just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Council. Yes, Peter will be doing the presentation from Watson and Association. And I just want to thank him as well as his team for getting this to council's table today. And we'll be working very hard on our next compliance, which is July 1st, 2025. So there's going to be a lot of work associated with that and feeding in to use this living document going forward. And this document will be used in conjunction with budgeting, etc. And it's not just something that sits on the shelf. It's something that's in our day-to-day lives going forward. And it will help with grant funding in the future to highlight where any deficiencies may be within our assets in the township. So I will hand it over to Peter to walk you through the document.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. And is the presentation on the screen, or should I share my screen with the presentation here? Okay, perfect. I see it's on the screen there. Excellent. So then we can get started. If we could go right to the next slide then, please. And good morning again, everyone. My name is Peter Simcisco. I'm one of the managing partners here at Watson and Associates Economists. And as you're by now aware, the township retained our firm to assist with the development of an asset management plan. And it's certainly my pleasure to be joining you this morning to present an overview of that asset management plan. So the report that's in front of council today represents the first of two phases, and I'll speak to that phased approach in a little bit more detail shortly. But with this first phase, there are really two key objectives, I would say. And that's firstly, ensuring that the township is compliant with the requirements of Regulation 58817. And then secondly, this first document sets the groundwork for future discussions around the level of service that the township wants its assets to provide. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Just to provide some legislative context, Ontario Regulation 58817 was filed in December of 2017 under the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act. Regulation 58817 sets out a number of requirements pertaining to municipal asset management plans, and those requirements have come into effect in a phased manner, as illustrated with the timeline on the slide here. As of today, municipalities are required to have in place an asset management plan that includes all of the municipality's assets. That includes summary information on those assets, identifies what the current levels of service are that are supported by those assets, and also provides a 10-year forecast of the life cycle activities in terms of asset renewal and replacement, for example, that would need to be undertaken to maintain the current level of service. Looking ahead, by July 1st of this year, municipalities will need to further build out their asset management plans to look at not just what the current level of service is, but to identify specific level of service targets or proposed levels of service, and then to have a plan for working towards those stated level of service targets. And that next phase of the asset management plan will also need to include a detailed financial strategy, which will consider sources of funding, and will need to address any funding gaps that may currently exist. If we can go to the next slide, please. And so in alignment with how the regulatory requirements are being phased in, we have approached the preparation of the township's asset management plan in a phased manner as well. The results of the first phase are summarized in the report that's in front of council today. And this first phase report should be viewed as a statement of facts that are currently known about the township's assets. It's not quite yet a full-blown plan in the traditional sense of the word. The next phase of work, which as mentioned earlier, will need to be completed by July 1st, will look to identify proposed levels of service. We'll seek to develop a capital forecast of the specific asset replacement and renewal activities that would need to be completed in order for the township to achieve the proposed levels of service. And finally, there will need to be a financial strategy that will show how these life cycle expenditures will be funded over that 10-year period. And so that's to provide a little bit of background and context. In the next part of the presentation, I'll take you through a high-level summary of the information that's presented in the report that's in front of you today. So starting on the next slide, we have a summary of the township's assets that are included in the asset management plan, as shown on slide 4 here. The plan covers 5 broad asset classes, including transportation. So this is infrastructure that enables the movement of people and goods throughout the municipality. Includes approximately 273 kilometers of roads, as well as 18 bridges and culverts. Water is the next asset class, and that includes infrastructure used to produce and deliver drinking water to customers in the settlement areas of Minden and Lutterworth. And that includes water mains, production wells, treatment facilities, as well as a water tower. The next asset class is wastewater, and the infrastructure in this category provides for the collection and treatment of wastewater, including pipes or wastewater mains, 2 pumping stations, and a wastewater treatment plant. Then we have the asset class comprising facilities, which includes 26 facilities in total, including ones such as the municipal office, various public works facilities, recreation facilities, the fire hall, and so on. And then last but not least, there's an asset class for fleet and equipment, which includes 35 vehicles, as well as numerous other pieces of movable, as well as stationary equipment associated with the various services. And the current replacement cost of all of these assets has been estimated at approximately $307 million, with the largest share of that replacement cost valuation, just over 2/3 in fact, being related to transportation infrastructure, in other words, the roads and bridges. And that's illustrated with the donut chart on the right-hand side of the slide. And just to put that overall replacement cost valuation in some context, that represents to approximately $95,000 of infrastructure per household. So effectively, each and every household within the township indirectly owns and is responsible for about $95,000 worth of assets that need to be maintained and at some point will need to be replaced or rehabilitated. So on the next slide then, having looked at the assets that are included within the plan and what those assets are worth from a replacement cost standpoint, the next question the asset management plan sheds some light on is, what is the condition of the assets? And this is important for several reasons. Firstly, having an understanding of asset condition helps us proactively plan for asset replacement and renewal to help avoid having to be responsive once assets fail. Secondly, the asset condition is in many cases a key to understanding the current level of service that is provided by the assets. Of course, there are other considerations when it comes to the level of service, including things like capacity, accessibility, just to name a couple of examples. However, condition is often a key performance measure. And as that asset condition degrades, typically the level of service that those assets are able to deliver starts to decline. And then last but not least, identifying the condition of assets is a requirement of Regulation 58817. And so as summarized in the middle column of the table on the slide here, there is a variety of approaches that the township uses to understand the condition of its assets. What is really good is that the township has completed physical condition assessments on many of its assets, including roads, as well as bridges, several of the facilities, and a majority of the vehicles as well. Additionally, the Ontario Clean Water Agency, or AQUA, who operates the township's water and wastewater systems, has provided condition ratings for the water and wastewater infrastructure. And then for the handful of vehicles and equipment which have not been formally assessed, an age-based condition rating has been assigned, and that is a common approach that's used by municipalities for these types of assets. And while age may not be the perfect indicator of condition, it certainly is a reasonable proxy, at least for these types of assets. And then for the facilities that haven't had a formal assessment completed to date, this presents an opportunity for future enhancements of the asset management plan. As mentioned earlier in the introductory comments, the asset management plan really is meant to be a living document. It's always prepared based on the best available information at a point in time, but as better, more recent information becomes available, as the asset inventory changes over time, as asset condition changes over time, that plan is expected to be updated regularly. And so as seen in the last column of the table here, the average condition state of the assets within most of these categories has been characterized as fair. And what that would generally indicate is that while the assets are still certainly operational and generally able to meet functional requirements, they are on average nearing the point where replacement or rehabilitation may be needed. And this is something that we would then expect to see reflected in the capital expenditure forecast. And so if we can go to the next slide, then the next question really is, given the current condition and age profile of the township's assets, what life cycle activities need to be planned for over the next 10 years, and what are the associated costs? And similar to the previous slide, the middle column of the table here summarizes the approach that was taken to developing the 10-year capital expenditure forecast at this point. Where possible, the forecast was informed by condition assessments and the recommendations coming out of those condition assessments. And based on that forecast of life cycle expenditures, it has been estimated that the township is facing approximately $7.3 million of capital life cycle expenditures annually over the next 10 years. On the next slide, we have a graph that illustrates that 10-year capital forecast by asset class. And this corresponds again to an average annual capital spend of approximately $7.3 million, as discussed on the previous slide. Now, having identified this, it is important to note that this forecast is a preliminary estimate and has not yet been refined to reflect the proposed levels of service. So it is presented for information purposes, and at this point in time does not require a commitment from council to undertake any of these capital expenditures. In the next phase of work, which will be completed over the coming months, we will be consulting with both staff as well as council to identify proposed levels of service, and then developing and refining that capital forecast to make sure that it is aligned with those proposed levels of service and then developing a financial strategy to understand the financial impacts of the plan as well. And so really, ultimately, asset management planning, again, at a very high level, comes down to this need to balance a desired or proposed level of service with the costs of both achieving and then maintaining that level of service. And so those discussions around what the appropriate level of service is in light of the financial implications of maintaining that level of service is something we'll be having with yourselves a little bit later in this process. So then finally, on the last slide, as previously mentioned, there is more work ahead. What is here is a high-level summary of a roadmap, if you will, of what this next phase of work looks like. So over the coming months, we will be working with staff to develop some options or scenarios for different levels of service targets, and then developing a financial strategy to support the plan. We are planning to come back to council in April to look at the proposed levels of service, any alternative level of service targets, and then to get direction from council on the proposed levels of service before finalizing the asset management plan by June. And so hopefully that provides a little bit of a snapshot of what the coming months will look like in that regard, and provides a summary of the plan or document that's in front of you today. And I would certainly be happy to answer any questions council might have.
I just want also to let council know that a lot of this data is only up to 2021. And there has been investments since then that will be captured in the next round of Asset Management Plan 2025. That also, the numbers might look scary at first blush, but this is normal across most municipalities in the province. And that if we are able to obtain some good grant dollars going forward, that these numbers will come down quite significantly.
Okay, question. Councillor Saini?
Yes, just a great thanks to all the staff that put this together, because this does open us up now for grants to get a lot of these things done, and I greatly appreciated that we've got this far. I'm really happy about that too, as everybody else should be, and is, I'm sure. I have two questions regarding what's included in this report and what might be included in the next one. One is the boat launches, because I know there still needs to be a lot of assessment work on what we need to do. How do you carry that out? And then some smaller things like the shelter at Snowden Park is another one that we need to either replace it or keep the character and fix it. So there's a few things like that that can be costly when we're looking at budgets, but just want to make sure this gets rolled in for the summer when we do this. So thank you. Any comments on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might comment. I think one of the discussions we will have with council in the next iteration, along with levels of service, is this asset management plan shows you what we're required to track, but I can think of a number of things that are also asset categories per se. And so one of the conversations we need to have with council is what is in our formal asset management plan, but we have things like streetlights and road signs and boat launches and other things that are also assets or require maintenance programs as well. So that will be part of our discussion moving forward, is what does Minden Hills define as an asset, and what's in our formal asset management plan, and what are also in, let's say, maintenance or capital programs moving forward as well.
Councillor McKelvey?
Some of my questions are in the actual plan itself. Can I start asking? Okay. TAO says, okay, does the mayor?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So I think one of my questions is, when we get the next one in July, which there's a lot of work to be done between now and July. Just, I'll put that out there right now, that staff are going to be very busy trying to pull this off. But will there be more detailed information on each asset as opposed to like, will we see a fleet plan, let's say, where we know that the tandem is going to get replaced? That's what I'm looking for, more detailed per asset. Is that something that'll come out in the next one when we do the financial plan?
I think that would more come to a budgetary discussion, like it'll be the fleet as a whole,
Okay.
right? But there might be some assets that need to be highlighted in the asset management plan, so that when we use this document for grants, et cetera, that the province or the federal government will look at this asset management plan and say that is earmarked in their asset management plan as an issue. And then that gives us more teeth to get a grant going forward.
Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
And through you, just to piggyback on, I think Councillor McKelvey, it's a great question. One of the things the asset management plan has identified for staff is where we have gaps as well. So to Councillor Ingram's comment earlier today about maintenance programs and having our assets, having an inventory of our assets, we have regular maintenance programs, we understand what we own and what their replacement life cycle might be and how maintenance will affect it. I mean, that's all work, as our Director of Finance has said, this will be a living document and there will be supporting documents moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
So my next question, and maybe a stupid one, but that's okay. What's the difference between a collector bridge and a local bridge? And maybe if you could give me an example, and then I might be able to put this, or maybe if Mike behind me could give. I'm going to have a few questions for Mike. Maybe he should join us at the end.
Nice try. Nice try.
Sorry, Mike. And then there's footbridges, which there's 3, and I think I know of 2, but I'm struggling to get the third one. So maybe if you could just tell me what those are.
Yeah, so the first question, essentially, maybe not a proper definition, but essentially a local bridge serves a local community and doesn't necessarily connect, 2 communities together. So if you had a collector bridge would be actually something that bridged, 2 communities. Most of our bridges are within a community, like Sedgwick Bridge. It's only services that small community, whereas something like out here, the bridges out here, you're connecting town to the sort of, you know what I mean? Like you're bringing 2 areas in together, if that makes sense. So the vast majority of our bridges are local bridges.
Okay, so then the 4 collector bridges, what are they then?
It would be, good question off the top of my head. I don't know if I know that right off the top of my head, but it'd be this one over here. It would be right here, the other one in town. Inglesby, yeah. And then the 4th.
But the Inglesby is the counties. I don't care about it. These 2 should, but.
Yeah, so I can get those.
If you would.
Because it is in our community, it's kind of blurry because it's hard to really tell.
Like to me, a bridge is a bridge is a
Yeah,
bridge,
correct.
except it's a footbridge. I can see it different. The car can't go on it, but. Okay, so then the footbridge part says 3. So I'm thinking, okay, there's the one by the clergy house. There's the one that crosses the river. I can't remember what it was. Loggers.
Loggers, yeah.
What's the third?
It might be part of the boardwalk. It's not a public works thing, so I don't know if I have that answer
Okay.
directly.
So maybe if we could just get.
Yeah, I can certainly find that out. I'll have to chat with because the footbridges aren't really my specialty.
Okay, the structural culvert, there's only one.
There's only one and it's over here. It's the one when you come just over here in town, there's the bridge, and then there's a culvert that goes that brings the creek into the lake, into the river.
Water Street?
Yeah. If you look, it's
Oh,
a
okay.
bridge, but there's a culvert as well. It's kind of all,
Got it.
yeah, exactly. It's a diameter thing, that makes it structural, 3 meters, I believe.
Okay, sorry. Some of these fair condition for our structures, but some are in poor, which is just concerning. I would kind of like to know down, and obviously I'm not gonna make you quote it today, but which ones are really poor? Like, is it just the one going into the pit? Or like, is there other ones that are, again, it's kind of like the truck having a 10-year capital forecast for tandems and pickups and stuff. I'd kind of like to know about bridges too in more detail if we could.
I think we're probably gonna have to wait for the new roads report that comes out before July. So at that point, we'll have things updated, because I think part of the algorithm that's used here is the age
Mhm.
of something. You
Yes.
know, the thing may be virtually perfect, but because it's 30 years old, it gets into a lower category, right? So we need that roads report.
My next one, it gets into the water and wastewater. And it talks about the asset category, and again, it's on years. So it shows Lutterworth Pines water treatment 12.9 years, which may very well be from when the new plant was put in there and stuff when the township took it over. But the water mains, are they even in here? Because like they're over 50 years old. The lines are?
Well,
Yeah, the lines were replaced when they did
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
it's all the same year.
Okay, so then the other thing is the water in town where it's showing 19.3 and 31 years for the water mains. Were they all replaced then too? So they were put in the 70s. Correct. So I'm just wanting to make sure we were given the consultant the correct information on that, because there was definitely local improvement charges that started back in the late 60s, early 70s for the water and sewers in town.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Timmons can confirm this, Aqua was involved in this asset management plan.
Okay, so that's my other question. It shows that Aqua's 2024 asset management plan was utilized. I didn't know Aqua did a 2024 asset management plan for us. So I would really like to see that. And I think all of council would agree that we would like to see that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
But whether Aqua was involved or not, I can tell you that the water and sewers were put in the early 70s, late 60s.
so what are you saying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we had committed at a previous meeting that we will be doing quarterly reports on our water and wastewater. And so I would see that as a time that Aqua could speak to their asset management plan.
Go ahead.
So can we just be given the asset management plan that Aqua?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would prefer that Aqua speaks to their asset management plan.
Probably makes sense that they present it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it will be at the first quarter report.
While you're looking through, I have a couple of questions. You mentioned this idea of $95,000 per household. Is that the term that you used? So there's over 7,000 dwellings in Minden Hills. So that would bring it down to more like 45,000.
Yes, that's a fair point. when we were calculating the value per household, I think that was just taking the permanent households into account. So yes, to your point, accounting for all the dwellings, including some of the seasonal dwellings, which there are quite a number of, that would bring that value down to, yes, about 50,000 per household. Yes.
It's just that the cottages do pay taxes and, do generate the money that we need to do this. The other question I have is that, if I'm keeping track of things in for various reasons, if things change because of an exchange rate, I can always go to the Bank of Canada or one of the chartered banks. If I'm tracking inflation, I go to the conference board or I go wherever to get the federal government to get inflationary numbers on different categories. Is there somebody who is keeping track of, a gravel road is a gravel road is a gravel road, and the thing is that if a cost per whatever meter or kilometer of gravel road is what we're basing a huge, in this case, 67% or so of our total assets are along in roads and bridges. Is there somebody that is sort of keeping track of some numbers, some average number for Ontario that you can look up so that we don't have 444 asset management plans that are all quoting a different base for a segment of gravel road or things like that?
Normally that's captured in our roads needs study. And it's based on geographical location because, for instance, here it would be different price
Sure.
than it would be in the GTA, right?
Right.
Because we have the gravel pits. So that is factored in with the roads needs study as well as the OSIM report for bridges and culverts.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure that, like you don't get every municipality, even within a certain area that's quoting on a different base. And
right,
because this is important, because this is going to be a huge chunk of what our tax rate has to be, because
Yes.
we need to be financing
Yeah,
these
it's all
capital
done under
assets.
the engineering standards.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you had another question?
So I'm on the wastewater asset technical levels of service, and it says percentage of properties connected to the municipal wastewater system, 20%. So that's of the whole township again. That's the whole geographic. Okay. Because really, there's only a small portion of it that's even eligible to be connected. So it just seems strange to have that number in there. Like I would think of the number of that have that option, it would be almost 100% that are connected. Won't be 100% because some still aren't connected, but okay. Then it talks about the number of events per year where combined sewer flow in the municipal wastewater system exceeds system capacity, blah, blah, blah. And it says current performance NA. So like, is that bypasses? Is that what that means?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
So we have had some.
There have been, yes.
Yep, that's fine. Just thought that should. And then on the portion of state and local infrastructure, I mean, some of these numbers seem really low. I would really like to be able to replace this administrative facility for $4.3 million. If that's all it's going to cost, we should probably get it done. Yeah, so I'm just really questioning these estimated current replacement costs. They just seem so out of whack to me.
So basically, this is the numbers that we have now, but there's gonna be, like we said, a lot of work going forward to get these numbers shored up. And this is a work in process that will be continuing. So those numbers will all be looked at for replacement values, et cetera.
The other thing it makes reference to is, it refers to the Pritchard Lane Storage Building. Is that the old fire hall? Is that what we're talking about?
Yep.
Because then it shows fire services having two facilities. So is that?
So fire services, this building out here would still be under fire services.
Okay, that's
as
what I
well
wanted to
as the
make
new
sure.
Fire hall.
Because it said that Pritchard Lane Storage wasn't included, but then it shows two facilities for fire. So that's why I'm trying to figure out. The next part I have to question is it's table 2.16 facilities. It shows the SG Nesbitt Memorial Arena having a fair condition. And that seems a little bit disturbing because it has a $15 million debt to it right now. And I thought it was in pretty good condition, actually. So I don't know why.
Yeah, so a lot of that, we need to, like, again, update the data because some of this data, you know, it was based on older, reports, et cetera. So that will all be looked at.
Okay, so
I
then,
think it's really important to recognize that this is, for us to be compliant, we had to file this report. So we filed the report based on the information that we did have. The July report will be an updated to 2024 basis of, you know, what's been done, what capitals, projects have been done, and so on and so forth. So let's not concentrate too much on each individual number today. It will, you know, it'll be clarified for the July number. But we had to file this, so we had to get it in a position where this is the starting point. And July won't be perfect either. And in fact, it'll never be perfect, but it'll keep getting better as we go along. Go ahead.
the only other question, then I'll quit asking some of these things that don't look right, but it says the township should consider the option of imposing development charges. And I believe the county's looking at
Yes,
that.
the
So
county-
where is that project at?
The county is looking at development charges. It is nowhere near as far along as I would like it to be. Because for a number of reasons. But it is actively being pursued by the county at this time.
Is it just for the county to have development charges?
It would be for
Or is it lower tier as well? Like, are
It
they
would be-
including us in the project?
the thing is that, as I understand it, it's done at the county level, but then it would be sort of applied at the municipal level.
So in order for us to have development charges, we need our own study so I'm just wondering, like, are they
we can't-
doing our study?
We can't do ours until we had to go out and hire consultants to look at what the growth rate was going to be and what all sorts of things are going to be done. So that study needs to be completed before we can go anywhere. So I wish I could give you the timeline. I brought it up with them 2 months ago, and they don't have a timeline.
Okay, and then the other thing is the province has said things about development charges. They can, you can't, maybe. I've lost track. It's
Yeah,
like
I mean, I
the
think
planning
If
regulations.
we look at the situation, I think that as of January 1 in Peterborough, development charges for a single family dwelling are $71,000. Other locations have got $40,000 to $50,000 development charges, which is obviously playing a role in the cost of housing, but it also gives you an idea of what all the infrastructure that is required as you have these developments. Like things like waste treatment and water treatment are not inexpensive. Like to replace, to replace or expand what we have now. I mean, you're talking in the multi-millions of dollars. So. But we need development charges, or we need something. Right now, the best we can do, if somebody wants to develop something, we're gonna have to have a negotiation to say, we need you to contribute this much to whatever. Go ahead.
And that's just basically a generic comment that's usually in all asset management plans, for council to consider as, how you're going to fund different options. So that will be part of the options that council will have to consider.
Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, I notice on here, you have the Lutterworth Pines treatment plant, current replacement cost at 614. We paid more than that to build it 13 years ago. So that's way out of line. I know that's not gonna come even close to replacing what's there. Hello? Peter?
Oh, hi, sorry. Yes, sorry, I heard the comment. So we will, as noted earlier, be reviewing all of these values. We were relying on information that's been provided by Aqua with respect to replacement cost valuation. So perhaps there may be an opportunity to further explore that directly with Aqua when they present that asset management plan to council, but we'll make sure that we re-review that replacement cost valuation for the treatment facilities as we get into this next phase of work.
Thank you.
You remember what it was we did pay? Approximately? Yeah. Do you remember how much it cost us? Okay.
That didn't cost us.
Yeah, no, but the total cost. And that's 15 years ago. 15 years ago. Councillor Sandy.
Whoops. Yes, I had the same question as Councillor Ingram when I saw that number there. And wondered if that's just the mechanics inside or the building or what that is, because if it's the whole thing, and that's an incredibly low number. But the other part that came to my mind is we occasionally flood in that area. So if that's the cost and to rebuild, we got to start looking maybe at some of our, oh, you're looking at the Lutterworth one only? Okay, I was looking at our main one as well. And if we're looking at that kind of costs and we're expanding, then we got to think about part of our planning process of where and how that might take place, as well as the cost.
I think all these questions are great, and they'll all be going to the various groups like Aqua and so on as we refine these numbers for July. Good points. Any other questions? Okay. Do you have any other comments on finance?
Not at this time.
Okay. Please read the resolution.
I'm just going to update the name on the resolution, if that's okay with Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Saney. Moved by Councillor McKelvey and seconded by Councillor Saney that council receives a presentation from Peter Simcisco on behalf of Watson and Associates regarding the township's asset management plan as information.
And wasn't there a further? Is that a separate?
I think that's the next one.
It's a separate resolution?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor? That is carried. I'll let you continue with the next resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives report 2501 Finance Asset Management Plan as information, and that council approves the asset management plan presented by Watson and Associates, and further that council directs the approved asset management plan be published on the township website.
All those in favor? That is carried. thank you, and you had so much, fun with that. Now you're going to talk about fees and charges.
Thank you. So as we move through the fees and charges, I would ask that council have any questions directed to us, and then if the director of whatever department you're discussing would come forward if there's further information that needs to be provided. So I'll just open the floor if there's specific questions.
Councillor Ingram. So
I don't
your
have-
hand is, your dark suit is up against the black screens there, and
I'm sorry,
so
I'll
it's
try.
like-
Maybe I'll have to wear
you
some
have to be,
color.
you'll have to be wearing blue leisure suits or
Well, I'll
something.
talk to Bob in the morning. This year.
Yeah, something like the interior of his vehicle.
Absolutely. I don't have any questions as
Okay.
such right now. What I wanted to ask you before we get into it is, anything changed? Is it all highlighted? Anything, any
Yes.
changes? Thank you. Okay.
Other questions? Councillor McKelvey?
So on the Schedule A, which is the building department, there are no proposed changes, which I can't understand why we're not increasing our fees. Our costs are going up. Other townships are increasing theirs. I believe Dysart's going to be increasing theirs tomorrow if I could be wrong on that, but I know they're going to increase them. So I would really like the building department to look at this and see if there's other things that we could increase these fees to help cover the costs. And when I saw this, I went to my budget binder to find out, okay, well, what's the cost of doing the building department compared to our revenues? And that's another question, is like, we're not getting the detail in the budget that says what last year's actuals were or the line by line. So I don't know if that's something we want to talk about today or wait till Tuesday, but without it, it makes it hard to do budgeting. But the other thing on here, the septic reinspection program, we've got rates on this Schedule A, which I assume is when WSP was doing it, which they're not doing. If we were supposed to get a report on that, I don't know where that's at. But it was supposed to be the last quarter.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the building division has not raised fees because if you recall, council directed the building division to raise fees even further last year. So they have reviewed their fees. In terms of septic inspections, we're looking at doing a review. You will receive a report shortly, but we believe we're not contracting that out. So I won't speak any further about that, but I will ensure that council has a report by the end of the month or early February on that septic inspection program.
So if we have a report at that point in time and we determine how we're going to do it, then we can set the appropriate fees to at that time.
I believe if there needs to be a
Yeah.
change from what is before you today, you could consider that at that time, but every department has reviewed their fees and charges.
Councillor McKelvey, sorry, was there something? You guys, sorry, thought I saw that. Okay, Councillor McKelvey.
So again, I think that these need to go up. So I don't know what you want me. I just throw out my comments and then we just keep going. What do you want to do? We did increase last year's fees more than Dysart did because our costs of operation for the building department were a lot more. So again, I don't think our cost of operation are going down. We've hired more people, so.
I think we review it at the budget time. Just see what our.
Okay. I need to understand, and you know what, some of these We have looked at this fees and charges by a lot of times during our term here. I get that. So there's gonna be questions I'm gonna have that, but we're on the last one. Why didn't I ask then? I get that. Just apologize now. So I need to understand, minimum fee for any building permit is $150 plus applicable fee, which is fine. But then when you go to the second page, you got an admin fee non-refundable of $200 flat rate. And I'm trying to figure out, well, if your minimum permit is 150 and you have a flat rate of 200, is that plus? I don't know. Is there a building official in the building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps we should take a break and see if the CBO is here to speak to these.
All right, we will take a break until 11:30. All right, we're back. And we now have our chief building official here, looking very official. And we have some questions for you. I think we'll let Councillor McKelvey ask the question and then we can go from there.
Thanks for coming.
My pleasure.
So one of my questions was that, why didn't we increase our fees in general for the building department? But the one specific one I had was, it says minimum fee for any building permit is $150 plus applicable fee, which I'm fine with that. Then over on the other page, there's a 200 flat rate admin fee. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so is it the 200 plus the 150 plus the fee, or do those conflict, or?
Through the mayor to councillor, so it is the minimum fees, 150 plus the administration fee on top of that. So it would be a $350 minimum fee in essence.
Ooh. So like if you were to do I'm just gonna go pool, for example, okay? It would be the 150 plus the 200 plus the building permit fee of 150.
No, the building permit fee would be 150
Okay,
plus the 200 for the administration fee. So it would be a $350 permit fee.
okay, so the minimum fee for any building permit says 150 plus applicable fee.
Which would be the administration fee.
Everybody else okay with that? Because I'm not, but I don't, I didn't follow it.
It's $150 for the fee.
Minimum
Get your-
fee
Right. For
plus
the-
applicable fee.
Plus the $200 administration fee. It could be a $500 plus 200, depending on what you're building. But if the minimum of anything you build is going to be 150.
Plus 200.
Plus
So I
200.
think it's going to be a minimum before you even put your application in is 350.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 150 plus the 200 or 300 plus 200.
Plus whatever you're going to, so that's what I was trying to figure out that is. So it's actually
Councillor
three.
Could we make that a little clearer? So that, because I know we spent time on it here now. I'm sure the public will are gonna have the same question. I thought it was just 150 and now it's 350. Can we be clear on that? Like,
Or is it
when we
clear on the
represent it?
application? Is it clear on the application forms?
Through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, absolutely. We can change the schedule to have it look a little bit better, whereas we can, rather than just say 150 minimum
Yeah.
fee, we'll make it a 350 minimum fee, which includes your administration. fee.
I think that would
That's
be
clearer
clearer
for everyone.
for people. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Councillor Saney?
Yes, just to build on what you just said, the main thing is it's clear in the application form. At our fees, people don't look at this so much, but as long as it's clear when they register online with this or on the application fee, I think that's more important for the public at this point. So I think if it's there, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Usually we just ask for your bank account and firstborn child.
Yeah.
Councillor McKelvey?
Okay, so under short-term rental fees, and I know we've talked about this, but again, I go back to the budget, doesn't give me enough detail to know what's the cost of the short-term rental program. So
We don't, as we said before, we don't know. We just have no idea of the size of this. And so until we have some experience, we don't know. This is our best guesstimate that was made amongst everybody at the county.
everybody's a little different that way, but anyways. Okay, so. Okay, maybe I'll leave it then and talk about it at the budget meeting so that I know what we're budgeting for revenues and expenses for the short-term rental program. Okay, so I don't have any other questions on A other than I think the fees need to go up. So.
May I speak to?
Sure, go ahead.
So through you, the mayor, to Councillor McKelvey, the reason we increased the fees late in the season last year The reason why we did not increase fees again early this year is we haven't done a full cycle, construction cycle with the fees. So what we were trying to avoid was multiple fee increases and having some, concerns from the public with regards to that. We were looking to do a full construction cycle and then look at increasing our fees the following cycle, which would be in 2025. Pardon me, 2026, January 2026.
Counselor Sisson?
I have to ask, is this on line with all the other townships in the county? Are we low? Are we high? Where are we at?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sisson, we are at the time when these fees were increased, they were online with everyone else. If others are moving forward, then we might not be quite, but we are very close to being similar to everyone else within the county.
Okay. Move on to B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The photocopies, were, my recollection was we were gonna go to 50 cents for black and white and $1 for color, because that's what the gallery had on their schedule. And we agreed we'd put it all on one schedule so that everybody didn't have a different rate, but it was gonna be 50 and what?
If council's agreeable, yes, I forgot to change that to the dollar. So we can change that right now to the dollars. That's my error.
Okay.
So is council agreeable then, or?
Is there a consensus that that's
I
fine?
don't think anybody's going to complain about getting more money.
Well, we just did on the previous schedule, but that's okay. Township flags, $50 each. Or what do they cost us? We have that many? Your mics.
Have that on. I'm sorry. They were $45 a piece way back 100 years ago. They probably could go up if you had to replace what you had, but I don't know how much stock's left either, so I don't know if anybody would. They're upstairs somewhere, so. I don't think we do.
That's fine. If we're not selling a lot, it doesn't really matter. I just want to make sure we're covering our costs. We do need a new one at the fire hall though, just so because it's ripped. So hopefully we have some left. Tax sales. I would like to discuss this, and I can honestly tell you the tax sale, even if you put it out to a lawyer, which we do, but I think we're going to change over to a company like Real Tax, but it's still a lot of work for the municipal staff to do these processes. It's all very timely. And so we had these fees of $50 for your final notice, 150. So you're proposing that it's going to go to our actual fees charged. Because if you have a lawyer do it, they charge you, or if you have Real Tax, they charge you. But I think there still needs to be an administration fee involved in these. So it should be a certain administration fee to cover our costs plus whatever the actual costs are. And I see you've got a tax sale fee of 2,500, but is that actually at the sale or is that?
So that would be the administration fee for the township. That would be added at the time that the file would be open and sent to the company to do the tax sale.
Because like to me, it should be at each level, because further you go along, the more work it becomes. Like once you get to a tax sale itself, that's a lot of work because everybody and their dog is going to call you to ask questions. So, but that's just my thoughts. I would rather see an individual administration fee. I'd like them higher than what we used to have for each of these phases, because, excuse me, at each phase, you have a lot of work to.
So normally in the past, I've always put the fee at the front end as a deterrent to take something to tax sale, because it's not our intent to go that far to take something to tax sale. So it's used in talks with the tax owner the property that, if you would like to avoid that, then you would go into a payment plan and we would work with you in a payment plan. But if a payment plan was not acceptable, then that would be the charge. Because there's a lot of front end work that has to happen to send the file and the information to the company to proceed.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Schedule C, as I mentioned it, these may have been in the previous one and it just never jumped out at me like it did this time. So outdoor burning fees, fireworks and burn complaint responses. It says 4x4 utility ATV, $80. And I'm thinking that should be per hour.
I would say that would be per hour.
I'm thinking that too, but I think it should say.
Yeah.
Because they could challenge that it's $80. The next one down talks about, and this is in a few places, personnel costs pursuant to the current hourly rates in effect. And it says including 15% payroll burden, and I think it was meant to be plus 15%.
Yes, it should be plus.
So that's in a few spots. And again, I apologize, I didn't catch it last year or the year before or whatever, but this year it jumped out at me, so.
So I would just ask again, is there consensus or any opposition of any other council members that change takes place?
So then there's a section, non-emergency service rendered. Fee pursuant to the current schedule established by MTO, blah, 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 will be charged at the discretion of the fire chief. And I don't like to put fees and charges at anybody's discretion because then they're hung out to dry. So I'm wondering what that is. And with the chief being here, I don't know anybody can what's a non-emergency service rendered? I'm trying to figure out what would that even be?
Cat in the tree. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm thinking maybe for like an inspection, like we talked earlier about going for the, fire smoke alarms or that kind of thing. Or also could be for, I'm guessing, but when somebody applies for a alcohol license.
But that would be part of the inspection, I think.
Yeah,
which is
I know, I'm just.
I don't want to see anything put in a fees and charge bylaw that's put staff in a position of being challenged, that it's at their discretion. That's never a good thing to do to our staff. So, and again, it was there before and didn't bother me, but now it does
Well,
that.
let's just check out what it is. I mean, I'm being only somewhat facetious about cat in the tree, and
They won't come. I've had that.
yeah. But you know what I'm saying? That if they're somewhere, if they're at the fair and something happens, they help somebody get into a car, whatever it may be. So let's find out.
Yeah, if we could just find that out. Other fees under Schedule C again. This talks about special requested services. Fee pursuant to actual cost. I'm assuming that means our labor costs.
Yes.
So again, it should be the same wording that it's current hourly rates in effect plus 15% payroll burden like the other ones do, I think.
Well, but it may, in this case, include equipment.
Yeah.
and
That's
so-
where I can't, I don't know what it is. What's a special? But
So I'm sure when somebody requests a special, they get, the chief can tell them exactly what's going to be used, so.
I don't have any other questions on the Schedule E roads department fees. And I know that it was mentioned that this was going to comply with all the lower tiers in the county. We're all going to do the same thing and great intentions, and the rest didn't, just so you know. But I think these should go up because it's not probably covering our costs when, and it's one of those, you know, if it's right next door to the road shed, it's not gonna take very long, but if it's in Pine Springs, it's going to, so you average them out, obviously, but I would like staff to look at those and really think about whether we're covering our costs. And you know, it comes down to, do the taxpayers subsidize the guy's driveway or not? And that's what it is. So I think they need to be increased. Schedule F is planning. Or do we want to get, you know? You're looking at Mike. Do you want something more on Mike?
No, Amanda's behind you.
Oh, with. Okay, planning. Minor variance. So we charge $1,200. If we have a committee of adjustment meeting, it costs us for one file, we'll say, which most of the times our meetings are one file. So that's $550 for the members. That they get paid for one file. And then, just as an example, at the last committee of adjustment meeting, there was an application that we paid Wills $1,024.06. There was another one where we paid Wills $896.94. They actually, Wills was actually at the last meeting, like virtually, not. So there may be another bill on those. So we are subsidizing minor variances quite a bit when we use Wills. So we either have to put the fee up so that general taxpayers are not paying for a minor variance, or we need to quit utilizing those services.
Or do we charge actual?
Well, you could charge an administration fee plus the services of the consultant. That's a whole other, that's in one of my other lists here because.
No, it's just that the thing is like you say, not all minor variances are minor. Right? And so, you know, some could entail an awful lot more work than others. I mean, we have the 550 or whatever it is, the cost of for the meeting, that's pretty standard,
That's
but
a
the
set, yeah.
but it should be.
So we should have an administration fee in here, but the big thing is that we need to start enforcing that the other costs for these planning applications, be it if we have to hire a consultant to do them, that those are covered by the applicant. And this has always been a big deal here, that we always said, because we didn't have planners on staff, we didn't feel that we should be charging back those costs of Wills, because that was kind of in lieu of us having a planning staff. Well, we have a planning staff and we're still using Wills, so we need to still have this discussion.
Okay, let's discuss this at
No,
All right.
it's got to be discussed here, because if we've already advertised that we're having this meeting on the 30th of January, and as of Monday, we're supposed to release what these are going to be.
well, the thing is that they can change at any time. If we have another meeting, I don't know if we can come up with the exact number of what we need it to be today in the next, you know, couple of minutes. I mean, you know, it's something that needs to be reviewed, and we come up with the number, or I don't know, unless you guys have a better.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there was a lot, I was taking a lot of notes. through the comments that were made. I think what I'm hearing is for minor variance applications, there should be a standard fee. But in the event, and so to Councillor McKelvey's comment, I don't believe we use external consultants for the majority of our minor variances moving forward. If there was something really complex or we needed some additional support, what I heard was that application should pay for that. Am I correct?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, so yes, what our CEO has provided would be correct from a planning perspective. We, at this point, as we have a full staff complement upstairs now, as of December 9th, we would be utilizing DM Wells for support when required, so it would be on a much more limited basis. And I absolutely agree that if we require external services, whether that's for a consultant on our behalf or a peer review, that those costs should go back to the applicant. They weren't historically except for peer review, but I do agree that those costs should go to the applicant. And we can certainly make those changes to be reflected in the fees.
I think the only thing is, obviously, they don't come in on at a standard rate. So if all of a sudden you got 10 and, you could handle 5 and 5 you had to farm out to keep them timely, those 5 shouldn't have to pay extra just because we've got too much of a workload. I mean, it's got to be fair to everybody too. I mean, I can see if it's a technical issue. Councilor Ingham?
That's totally unfair to any other taxpayer. We're subsidizing someone's property. How is that
No.
fair to the people that, no, seriously, how is that fair?
I don't know.
Okay, good answer.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, what I heard our planner say was it is the intention moving forward that we're only utilizing the external support for those more complex or technical aspects. In those cases, those files should pay for that external support.
Yes.
And I've heard our planners say we can include that wording or something to that effect in our minor variance area.
So McKelvey?
Yeah, I want that in all of our applications, not just minor variance. I gave that example, but all these files are so complicated now because there isn't that perfect little block of land that's all flat and there's no water and there's these pretty trees and you can build wherever you want. Like there's none of those. They were long ago taken up. But as a taxpayer, I shouldn't be paying for the complicated file that has to go to DM Wells.
Right.
Philosophically, this township in the previous term decided that because they didn't have the staff on hand, that they would absorb that cost and the taxpayers were absorbing that. I believe at this point, we're past that and the taxpayers should no longer absorb that cost. So
that's fine.
You agree?
I agree.
Okay, because you weren't there at one point, so.
So, Mr. Mayor, to that point, we can go back and include wording that in any scenario, if there is external support required, the applicant pays for that external support.
My next sorry.
Councilor Sam?
Yeah, I just want to try to figure out if, I appreciate that you can kind of determine that when there's extra. But I also just want to say we might be in a moving target if the provincial planning strategy statement changes. We have that in our bylaws and that can be just a moving target. So as long as you have a clear mind about how that can work, that's great. But I think we all need to realize that all of this is really a moving target as we look at all the kinds of changes and policies and programs coming down from the province, and not to mention what's going on in the broader market. So as long as we can recognize that and give a little bit of lenience to our staff who have their clear idea on that, I think it works. So thank you.
Councilor McKelvey.
So again, I think we need to look at the administration time. Like it's $1,200, of which 550 is going to go out the door plus benefit costs, because I think you're going to start paying them on the payroll. Committee of Adjustment members. So of that $1,200, right off the get-go, 550 is going to the members of the committee. Is the balance of that enough to cover the administration on average for you to process a minor variance? That's where I think we really need to look at these fees and find out, are we comfortable that the taxpayers in this township are not subsidizing every minor variance that's coming through?
Well, the thing is, if you had 3 minor variances, you wouldn't be 3 times the 550.
No, but on if you go back through all the meetings, it's usually 1.
Right. Councilor Sandy.
And I guess I need some clarification for minor variances. It depends on what it is, whether it goes to impact or not, right? So on some of this impact, which goes to then our property taxes increasing. So if you get a building permit, you get the work done, impact gets notice that you've done your addition, and then your property taxes are going to go up. So we're actually increasing the overall tax base on some of this too. So to Councillor Ingram's question on, are we paying for all of that? We have to realize that some of this development is actually increasing our tax base in the long run too. So numbers can play out, I think, in that way as well. Is that correct? Thank you.
So sometimes like with the minor variances, like Amanda can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's mostly like setbacks, et cetera, that might need a minor variance. But they probably would do that improvement if it was passed and impact would flow through. Yeah.
Councilor Ingram.
Through the chair. I'm looking at the shoreline road allowance purchase. It says 5,050 and 900, the non-refundable deposit. It's page 147 and 168. Was that not 4950 last year and 800? I'm just confirming whether it was a change or not this year, that's all.
Through the chair, I'd have to double check, but that might have been an increase that was implemented when we updated the fees and charges in September.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to double check to be sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McKelvey.
I'd like to go back to, sorry, to the zoning bylaw amendments that are right under minor variance. And I like what you're doing here as far as those that need things quickly should pay. But I'm so prepared to suggest that should be more money. So, and again, it goes back to this complication. There are so many complications involved in when they check on zoning bylaws and whether there's been a development agreement, whether there's a site plan agreement, whether there's blah, blah, blah. There's all kinds of things that our staff are having to do to provide this zoning compliance letter. And like I said, I like the increase. You want it within 5 days, subject to availability, then you're going to pay more for that. But I would have gone 200 and 250 at least. Just my thoughts.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to, and this is relevant to this particular proposed change, as well as some of the application fees that are not changing, such as minor variances or even the application fee for major and minor zoning bylaw amendments. As council might recall, a few years ago, there was the service delivery project that was done at the county level. Part of that included the municipalities each bringing together their planning fees and all of us having the same. Currently, we have pretty much the same. We did at some point make them all the same across the board. I do reach out to my fellow area planners, and we do have discussions when we are looking to make changes in fees. I think we have come to the realization that it's not necessarily realistic for us to always have the same fees across the board, but where as much as possible, we do try to maintain those same fees. I'm not necessarily, I agree that there's probably a need to increase some of these fees, but I haven't necessarily suggested that in keeping with that, collaboration on the fee requirements. And this came too from that proposed 230 for the zoning compliance, the rush date, is that was a fee that other planners in the area were looking at. So that's where a lot of this is coming from. And I'm certainly happy to look at what I think would be relevant fees for some of these applications, just keeping in mind that that might deviate from what the other municipalities are doing.
Councilor McCauley, go ahead.
So that makes sense, and I really appreciate that clarification, and thank you for trying to follow a process that's been going on way too long at the county, in my opinion. So until we get the county planning at the county building at the top of the hill, I think we should set our own fees. And I think I would really like staff to consider what would be a reasonable fee for those, because you're the one that knows what kind of timeframes. Just my thoughts.
Well, I think we're gathering lots of notes. There can be some discussions. We can make changes. These changes don't have to come up every once a year. We can, if in mid-year or whatever, we can change things.
I don't know if our CAO wants to speak to that, or you want me to, but we have advertised that we're going to have a public meeting on January 30th to review these fees and charges.
Right.
So I just don't know why we'd go through the expense of this again when we could decide right now today what we want to see, or give the direction to staff of what we'd like them to come back with, because it's supposed to be published, I think, next week, is it? No.
It is. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the distinction here, is we need to set fees for 2025. And we have advertised, and so we need to set our fee schedule. In terms of what we have perhaps asked our manager of planning to do, I agree with you, Councillor McKelvey, if council wants to debate and make some changes to the schedule, or if you want some analysis done and our planning staff to come back with a report on what they might propose, that's another option for council as well.
Councilor Sani.
Yeah, I think we're getting into the weeds a lot on this. Once again, with the moving target. And we haven't really had a full cycle for even staff to be able to look at, with all the changes from provincial strategies and to see where our losses and our gains are at this point over time. We don't have that to really be doing this when the public just keeps seeing things go up without a good rationale behind it. That's not a good thing either, if we don't have that history to say this is why we're doing it. Knowing that with improvements that we want to keep encouraging, and we want people to go for these kinds of things that are improving their property, knowing that all we're doing is increasing our tax base as well, frankly. I think, and I'm concerned too, so I would like to just get this accepted today and to move on. But I'm also questioning what percentage of this overall budget that's coming forward are we talking about here? We saw that roads is the biggest part of our budget and our asset management plan and all those other things. So what percentage of the budget is going to change if we increase these, $100 here, $100 there? And at what point does it become not a good use of all of our time to be looking at these kinds of minor changes until we can have the staff look at these on a rotational basis and up-to-date statistics? So I'm questioning that. I don't have an answer, but I don't know what the percentage is of these fees and charges over that overall multi-million-dollar budget. Thank you.
When do we publish?
Pardon me?
When do we publish for the, in time for the meeting on January 30th?
The end of this week, early next week.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would have to publish next week in order to be in compliance.
So before or after our meeting?
Before. I think it's by Monday. And I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think to my point earlier, we do need to set some fees for 2025. We need, some groups need to understand what our fees are. I do think, though, that there's been some good discussion and good clarification around why staff may have stuck with fees, but we've also heard this council put on the table a philosophy that this is user pay. So if there are fees attached to certain applications, if there is staff time that is afforded to an application, that application should absorb the cost. And I think my recommendation to council would be if we can set some fees and charges now, but as much as I don't like to consider fees and charges multiple times throughout the year, I think there is an opportunity to do it in a couple of months after staff has done some analysis and to Councillor Saini's point, come back and with some good solid rationale of why we would raise certain fees or recommend to council raising certain fees.
Sir Sisson?
I agree with what you're saying, but we still need to make it in writing that it's $1,200 plus expenses somehow, so people understand they're going to pay more than $1,200. It needs to be on here somehow.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think to Councillor Sisson's comment, we have made notes that we will include that if council is to move forward with fees and charges today, we need to make that very clear on our schedule. I think there's a bigger discussion here today about sort of the philosophy behind setting our fees as well.
Councillor McKelvey?
So, like I'm on zoning compliance letters. Do we want to increase these? It's kind of a yes or no. Sorry, like.
Go ahead, Councillor Saini.
I'd like to move forward and then maybe later on, when we have some history, see where we are when staff can come back with some numbers of a better idea of costs and things. Just to move forward with this. There's so many huge items that we have to deal with in terms of budget and things. And I think this is, though I appreciate that most of the council here wants a user paid. I'm in for that to a certain extent, but I also want to recognize that on some of these, we're increasing our tax base. And if we're not competing, and to Councillor McCallum's point, in line with other municipalities, we're going to chase development away. So I think there's a really important balance here to make. And I would like to get a staff report in a few months when we have a better idea of what we're doing and why and how. And then we can talk about where our general philosophies might lie in that and want the policy to go. So I'm hoping we can improve this today, actually. But and I know there's been some really good suggestions for some changes that seem to have worked for good recommendations that Councillor McKelvey's made that staff say are really easy and workable. So we can go ahead with those. I think we'd be good to approve this today for the for the next while and review it in a few months from now when we have a chance to reflect on this with actual numbers. Thank you.
Councilman Kelly.
I have ideas on future pages for helping development and encouraging things and lowering fees. I'm only going one page at a time. So zoning compliance letters will not get you any more assessment. Absolutely zero. It's a person buying a piece of property. And they want to get the township to give them something in writing that says it's zoned this, you can do this, there's this development agreement, there's this agreement on it, the list is endless because there's so much work to do in this. So I don't want Amanda spending all her time doing these without the cost of that being recognized. That's all I'm doing. So again, zoning compliance letters is where I'm at on Schedule F. I like what she's done. She said she was staying with the same as everybody else because of this county thing. But, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you think this is covering our costs?
Through the chair, I'd have to, this one in particular, I would have to sort of assess more carefully. But I'm comfortable with the cost, but I would also be comfortable in moving it to 250, for example. But I am comfortable with where it is right now.
I don't care.
Well, the thing is that, I don't want to be making guesses here either, so it's 230, it has been changed, or it was whatever it was before. I assume because it's highlighted, it was changed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to clarify, this would actually be a new fee entirely.
Okay.
Right now, we only have just a standard zoning compliance of 180, but we do get quite a lot of requests for rushed priority, and so we've incorporated this proposed new fee essentially.
I think we leave it as it is, but I think that we do need to have a review. Like not going into next year. I mean, somewhere in the middle or something. After we've got a lot of notes on things that we need to study. So let's figure this out. Councilor McKelvey.
Yeah, I'll just go past that one. So plan a subdivision, and again, maybe we're not going to decide today, but we don't get a lot of these. I don't know when the last plan of subdivision was ever done. But if we ever get so fortunate to have one, $2,000 won't even touch the time involved by staff to go through the process of a plan of subdivision. It's substantial. So I don't think that these should be $2,000. We want to wait and get
I don't know what it is in the other municipalities.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's the same in other municipalities. I think at the time that this fee somewhat predates me, but I think the intent of the 2000 was because the approval authority for subdivisions actually rests with the county. And so while the township is very heavily involved in those kinds of files, it's at a different level than what the county might be involved in. One of the things that we did introduce, and to be honest, I can't remember, this would have been a couple of years ago, was that a pre-development agreement be something that a developer would enter into. So that would allow us to capture those additional fees while they're consulting with the township and the county. And we haven't had to utilize those because we haven't had those kinds of developments come forward, but we would in that case. So at the moment, we do somewhat have a fail-safe, I suppose, to capture some additional cost if it was to come up. But I agree that this warrants looking at whether or not it's still appropriate to organize the fees even in this manner. So.
Okay, Councilor McKelvey.
The next part I have is the deeming bylaw makes reference to $200 plus legal fees as invoiced by solicitor. So this kind of goes back to this plus consultant fees. plus legal fees. All of this should be plus, like, we shouldn't be paying legal fees, but it shouldn't just be for deeming bylaw, because when you have it in here for deeming bylaw, that way it makes it look like if there's legal fees involved in an official plan amendment, you don't have to pay it, because it doesn't say that. We need that in a footnote, I think, where it says all pluses are going to be at the applicant's expense. The next page is where I get into the, let's help get some residential units here. So I do lower things periodically in my thought process, Councillor Jamie. Major residential, major multi-residential, 6 or more is $2,000 plus $50 a unit. Minor of 5 or fewer is $1,500 plus $50 a unit. Standard residential 1 to 2 units is $1,200, and then we have this minor residential 1 to 2, $500. Like, I really want to encourage the multi-residential, because that's what we need here is some. So I would like to see that looked at as being really reduced on the basis that that's good for all the taxpayers. So it doesn't matter if we're subsidizing it. We need some housing. That's my thoughts.
Well, I think can be reviewed, certainly. I mean, this is, would sort of be offset a little bit by development fees too, right?
Yeah. But again, we're putting in this like $500 for minor residential, 1 to 2 units. I don't understand. So if somebody comes here and wants to build a duplex, is that what that is? We're going to charge them to do a site plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So to clarify, for site plan control for 1 to 2 units, that's very specific to either vacant waterfront residential properties or where there has been a Planning Act application, such as a zoning bylaw amendment, for example, for a developed lot where site plan control has been identified as a requirement. It doesn't apply to if somebody bought a vacant lot in town, if there were any, and they wanted to build a house, this would not apply to them. This is very specific to mostly waterfront lots. The reason I introduced the minor residential is because most of the time for a vacant waterfront lot, we do work with the property owners to make sure that they're keeping with the zoning requirements and that the development there is responsible. A lot of times those applications are very straightforward, and I have a concern with charging $1,200 for site plan control for those kinds of applications. So the idea here was that residential application for 1 or 2 units, that's a bit more complex. It has, site-specific conditions that need to be considered. It's got topographical challenges. There's technical studies required. That $1,200 fee would be appropriate but for something that's very straightforward, where what we're looking at is just protecting the shoreline, and we really just need that site plan with an agreement that they agree to those developments, that we could reduce that fee. So that was intended to just recognize what we've seen over the last year. We are getting more waterfront properties that are vacant that people want to develop, and a lot of them do have challenges, but there are quite a few very straightforward ones where people are able to meet those setback requirements, but we do want to make sure that they're protecting the shoreline still.
Go ahead.
Is there any thoughts about lowering or asking staff to come back with something if we want to do that, about trying to help the person that wants to come here and do major or minor multi-residential? Like, I understand now the other part's just primarily dealing with waterfronts, which is fine, but
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure we can include that in that follow-up report.
okay. So it has the title site plan control under section 41. It has a footnote number 7, but Seven's gone at the bottom in the footnotes. We just need to look at those footnotes. They're not, the numbers aren't adding up right. Major amendments to commercial multi-residential site plan. I'm thinking something's not lining up here because it says total cost to be filed with the application, 50% of current application. I'm not sure something's lining up there, right? But maybe it's just me reading it wrong.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, and this has been in the bylaw for quite some time. I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's
one of
just
those.
a very awkward formatting situation that I agree, we can fix that just to make some clarity there.
Okay. Footnotes at the bottom were changes, but I'm sure that was just something you needed it to do for your processing. The next page is shoreline road allowance purchases. And again, I don't know if we want to look at the cost of the property. And then again, my comment about legal fees as invoiced by solicitor. That just needs to be a footnote somewhere that all application legal fees should be invoiced.
So what was your point about the
Cost of the land. 70 cents a square foot. I don't know, did Algonquin put theirs up by chance? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware that they were looking at that or they were going to consider that. I'm not sure where they landed
I
on
don't
that
know.
in particular.
We can keep going if you want. I'm just throwing out these ideas.
Yeah.
Shoreline road allowance occupations. License of occupation agreement for short-term rentals, $150. That's per year, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is per year. I should also clarify that we had discussed, because of the changes that council had made to when a shore road, or when a license of occupation agreement is necessary, that we would align this fee with Dysart, which is actually $500. I neglected to change that. I apologize. So it does look weird right now where an agreement is only 150 and renewal is 250. But that's because the initial application should say 500. I apologize.
So that'll be changed.
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to do something different there. Got it. Construct an access road on an unopened road allowance. The deposit's $1,000, but we've taken out this non-refundable administration fee, which I'm not sure why we would do that, because like if we allow somebody to build on our road allowance, like a driveway or whatever, that's what this would be for. We would have to go out and do some work for that, wouldn't we? Like we'd have to check it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So the intent of taking out the non-refundable, the reference to the non-refundable is that essentially then, and we can certainly make any changes if necessary, but then the 1,000 is entirely non-refundable.
Okay,
So
that's fine then. Yeah, it's not a deposit then, it's an admin fee.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so we need to change that wording then, that's fine. So the footnote number 9 talks about deposits. I think that might be where this whole charge back for wills and stuff, you can figure that out. Cemetery. Cemetery fees have been the same for a long time to buy a plot. I don't know if it's time to look at that. I'm just throwing it out there. I have no idea what they should be, but I think it's time to look at them, and I'm thinking.
Well, it's getting to be, it's more and more costly to die.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
I quite frankly can't figure out how some people can afford to pay for what has to be done. This one would be one where I would feel bad about having to
That's fine.
increase them.
I see what-
There's a lot of people that in the community that this is a large amount of money.
Well, we do have different fees for if you're in the
Yeah.
community.
No,
So,
no, I understand that.
that's where I see the non-resident surcharge should be looked at, but that's just, if there's no appetite, then we don't. Formatting, opening and closing fees, there's something out of whack on the formatting, just. And it, you've got the adult going to 1,500. Effective January 1st, but I mean, all of these are gonna be effective January 1st, right? So I just don't think we need that line in that particular. Just makes the other ones look like, well, when are they in effect?
Yeah.
And like I said, the formatting, that the lines aren't lining up with the amounts. On the bottom of it's still got a footnote from planning too, and again, I don't know if that's just a formatting. Continuing on cemetery foundation installations, the lettering, all of these things, I want to make sure that we are covering our costs. Because again, these fees haven't been looked at in a long time, so I don't know.
Again, I think that's something that is noted by staff and we need to review these at some point.
Got Schedule H community services. I did some research, but not a lot, but I can tell you when we get to our ICE fees per hour, we're proposing $89.25 for our non-prime time ICE per hour. And Dysart is at $79.55, so we're going to be almost $10 an hour more. You could lose some of that. I don't know how many non-prime time people, but some of them split between the two arenas now, I believe, do they not?
Through the mayor, they do split, but that's getting the it's not fees, it's having the access to the ice. So there is an agreement between the Halliburton Huskies and those men's groups, and that is the split.
That's not what I'm talking about, I don't think. So we get rentals during the day, Monday to Friday. Some of those are split between the Minden Arena and the Halliburton Arena. They do both arenas.
That's the men's group.
Yes. So if it's $10 more an hour here, where do we think they might go? I don't know. I'm just
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to offer a bit of perspective as well. Having run arenas in other communities, cost is a factor and the facility itself is a factor as well. So there are times that there are groups who would much prefer to play in one arena versus another. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Minor group. So that's our minor hockey, figure skating. They're going to go to $89.25. And again, Dysart's at $84.85. So I thought we always stayed the same for the minor groups. I mean, when you want to talk about what the facilities, they have heaters and they have snack bars. So when you're going to go watch them, I don't know that we want to charge more for our minor groups. That's just.
Sorry, Candace.
And, so through the chair, so for the regular season, yes, there's an increase to the minor group, but if you refer to the summer ice for the minor groups, we're actually about $20 less than Dysart.
I will get to that one. But right now, if we're talking regular season, Oh, okay, sorry. If we're, like, I just want to look at each one of these individually, because I'm minor groups, Minden, you know, the Minden Figure Skating Club, and we're going to be almost $5 more an hour. So is that what we want to do? As I said, I was under the understanding we tried to keep those the same so that those groups aren't going.
Councillor Ingram, did you? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry.
I remember coming on council and we had a lot of discussion about this. And I know many councillors had discussions with the people that were, coming to ICE time. I agree with Tammy, sorry, Councillor McKelvey, that, I hate to see our prices go up because you need, I don't know, just if you live in Minden, you know, they should be happy to skate here, but you know, I just don't want to deter them from going to another arena.
Deputy Mayor Shell.
I would agree with the points, but let's just remember then that we don't sit here next week and complain that the arena costs too much money.
Oh, I probably will.
Okay, well then we can't. I'm just saying, like, we just have to, if we're gonna keep the things the way they are, then we have to be prepared that the arena is gonna cost X amount of dollars because we've done that, which is fine. If everybody around the table is in agreement with that, perfect. But just, as Peter Roller used to say, you can't suck and blow at the same time.
Do we, Dysart's meeting tomorrow? I mean, do we know what they're changing theirs to? Mr. McKelvey?
No, it looks like CEO wants to talk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think to try and put staff on the spot, do we know, are we definitive? If the direction is to match our fees with Dysart, staff can take that away and do it. I think if we're going to, I can't tell you what Dysart is planning to do, and I'm not sure that our director can do that. If that's council's direction, we will take it and we will take it away and act upon it. I do agree. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Shell. I think this is the push-pull for us, is if the philosophy is the arena is a service to our community, fair enough, and we'll cost it accordingly. If it is, that we have to cover a lot of our costs, then sometimes our fees have to go up. Thank you.
Councillor Sisson?
I was always told that if you have something and it's working at a price you're charging now, you're better off to take what you got now and not raise the price because you're going to get less business, I figure. I'm really concerned about raising these prices. And you look at Sunrise, which is the most expensive one, and it never raised. I don't understand that one. Anyway, I'm really concerned about, again, the cost of running the arena, but I don't want to lose any business either because of the prices.
Councillor Ingram?
I would agree with that, and I really appreciate the point you made, Councillor McKelvey, about not having a snack bar and heat. I mean, those are definitely qualities you'd like to go see in arena. So I'm all for the keeping it at 79 or whatever the number was.
All right, so it seems that we want to match Dysart, so we let Dysart set all the fees and we match them, or
That's not
what's
what
the
I
point?
propose.
What is the point? What are you proposing?
I'm proposing when there's groups that are using both facilities. Okay, minor hockey uses both facilities. That's what I'm proposing, that those fees stay the same. I'm not proposing that that we're going to match everything at Dysart's, because I don't necessarily agree with that. But I feel it's very, very important that the minor hockey is shared at the same rate, because I can tell you they're going to go to Halliburton if they have to pay more money for their ice here. Like they struggle to get enough income to even run minor hockey. Kids can't afford to play it, so their enrollment's going down. I'm only talking about that minor group. Please don't put words in my mouth that I said we're going to have Dysart set all our rates.
What you,
I was looking at the minor group ice per hour, 89.25, comparing it to Dysart's at 84.85. They set their rate. They do not change it mid-season.
and so they have set that,
That is
There.
Dysart's rate, and they will look at September for their rates. They do not hit minor hockey with an increase mid-season. I don't know. That's part of my questions on here. When are these taking effect? So right now it's taking effect January 1st, according to our bylaw.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, for the minor groups that their contracts for the season for the 24-25 seasons are set. So they're set at the 85 rate. So this change of rate would go to the 2025-26 season.
It says at the top of it, regular season, September 1 to May 31st. So that's when it would be in effect, is what I understood.
I believe that reference is telling you when the ice time, regular season's considered September 1st to May 31st. Summer ice is June 1st, August 31st. The rates for this bylaw will have to be changed in the wording if you don't want them effective January 1st. So all of these rates you're proposing are going to be for September, not just minor hockeys?
No, through the chair, so our minor hockey groups that have already booked their 24 and 25 seasons, their rate is not changed. It would occur on if they do summer ice or for their 25-26 season.
What, do you want me to go to my next comment? What would you like me to?
well, I guess the point is are we satisfied with these numbers now? I mean, they've locked in at 85 for the rest of this season. I mean, do we want to? I mean, that's their contract. If we go to 84, whatever it is that Dysart charges, we'd have to decrease what we're charging them.
I was just gonna say, I think this is the proactive approach to doing it so that the groups can set their rates for the next season and that we're not doing it at the last hour. And we're doing this well in advance of their next round of registrations.
Councillor Saini?
Yeah, I'm finding these conversations really in the weeds. Like if we're going to look at matching, I want to know how long is their ice going to be there? How long is their rink going to be there for? What is their asset management plan for that compared to ours? I mean, there's a whole lot of factors that take into account the difference between our arena and their arena. And so if we're looking at the long term, our arena is going to be the Halliburton County Arena. There's no doubt about it. It's a state-of-the-art place. Theirs is not, frankly. It's great for kids. It's great service. But if anything, it looks to me like they're going to have other things that would be great assets in that part of our county where ours is going to be the skating and the rink in the long term. So we have to look at the long term and we have to build our assets and our planning. So at the same time, if they can no longer have an ice rink because of their cost of renovating it and changing it, they're not going to take that on. Our costs are going to be so low that we can't afford the asset that we have. So I think we need to take these recommendations, let our staff take those kinds of items into account when they're talking about the other municipalities and pass this. If I look at how many people are sitting around this table and how much it's cost us over the last hour to talk about these things, and no offense, because I think some good points are being raised. However, if we take this amount of time to do this in council, we've actually eaten up the cost of what it's taking us to save the difference between 85 and 89 cents an hour for minor group ice hockey. So I'm finding myself a little frustrated with how much we're spending in the weeds instead of saying we want a better report and more information on this, which the staff can give us if we give them some time to do that. Appreciating some of the really good points that were raised. So I'm not saying they're not good points, but I'm saying we have to do this in a broader perspective and let our staff do the work to come back with that. Thank you.
All right, Councillor McKelvey first.
The one then I'm gonna probably jump up and down and say I'm not going to accept on here as proposed is the summer ice for $120.25. Dysart charges $145.50. I would want to see us go to at least that. As far as my other comments, I stand by my position. Minor hockey should not be charged more in Minden than they are in Halliburton. As for the rest, I'm trying to get revenues up, but I'm also trying to be fair. We have a 5650 in here for a sound system that doesn't say sound system, and it was supposed to come in. When we get down to the room rental for minor hockey, figure skating, when the rentals include a 4 hours. So that's basically when they can go upstairs. It happens mostly if they have their hockey tournaments or their skating functions. We just charge them the $108 that's being proposed. So I'm assuming that the Huskies get that rate as well.
Through the chair, the Huskies have a lease, they're in a different agreement.
Oh yeah, I realize that, but as far as the community center, it's not, they get charged for it, right?
In their contract that they have, it's for the game days that they have access to the community room.
Access, but not.
It's included.
I don't believe so, but that's fine.
Before you go on, Councillor Ingram, you have a point. Nice.
And speaking to Pam Sames there, or Councillor Samies, you want to remember that Dysart has zero overhead in their building too. So if they want to lower their prices, they will. There's no point in getting into a pissing match with them on prices. Okay.
Council.
Of order. Just tone is important, I think, in our council meetings too. And I'll acknowledge my own tone in this too, because I do find it very tedious work that we're doing now with some aid staff sitting around when that time could be used more valuable. I don't think it's the points that are being raised as much as maybe our format for addressing this with everybody here. But I would like to talk about it's not any kind of match. We're all trying to do the best thing here. And if we are going to let our staff, we need to work at that county level, because we do have a two-tier government and we have that for now, and we have to keep working in that way. Let's let that long-term planning work and have those reports come back to us with some of these options. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey. I think we were at the point of the summer ice.
Do you want me to continue? Like
the summer, well, let's talk about the summer ice thing, because you brought that up.
I want the summer ice rate for minor hockey and the skating club, because it's a whole new ball game, and summer ice at the arena for costs. I would like to see it go up to $145.50.
Because that's what Dysart is.
Yes.
I'm sorry, why was it at the 120?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so our summer ice for minor groups was a lower price, so I was just gradually moving it up to match with Dysart, so matching the other increases of the 5%, but we can move it to Dysart if that is the direction.
Sorry, Councillor Sisson.
I'd like to see the 229 go to at least 240 for summer ice for hockey school and other groups. Why is it not going up? That's what I don't understand. I'd like to see it increase too.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so in the response to the summer ice, The reason why that Summer Ice Hockey School and other groups was not increased from the 229 is the next highest municipality for Summer Ice in this area. So note, Dysart is 220. We're at 229, and City of the Lakes just increased their Summer Ice to 232. So if you increase that to a higher amount, it is going to affect us to bring in people to Summer Ice because we would be now one of the highest in the surrounding area.
Okay, so let's just go back to the original one, which was the summer ice for minor hockey. So, and for the figure skating. So the note on the table was to go to, what was the number?
145.50, 145, I don't care what it says.
So I think we have to go beyond that 5% and, sorry, go ahead.
So I just, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just do want to caution that minor hockey doesn't utilize summer ice. So, and it is usually figure skating. So this will be a drastic change for the figure skating club from what they're used to paying to what it's going to, but we can definitely. That's correct.
They went to Dysart last year because the rate they were providing was wrong. Is that correct?
The figure skating club? No, the figure skating club came back to us last year. They went to Dysart the previous year before because we didn't know where the summer ice, there wasn't a date to give them at that time for when they could use the ice.
Well, my suggestion's on the table. I also agree with Councillor Sisson that we need to put the summer ice up from the 229, at least something. I mean, it should have us. It should at least have the 5% if that's what we've been doing with the others.
Go ahead.
Well, then I would like to suggest that if you're saying that the summer ice, which is only utilized by the only minor group that is utilized by the figure skating club, then I think we should stay in line with whatever Dysart is, the same way that you're suggesting we do for minor ice, which is less than what you're suggesting, Councillor McKelvey. You're saying go to 145 and Councillor, I'm going to call you Councillor McQuiggan now. Candace, Ms. McQuiggan is saying that will push them away from us then. Well, I think we need to
resolve this.
resolve those two first.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying.
Have lunch.
Now let's get through this. Look, it seems to me that's a fairly big hit for the figure skating club, particularly if you're telling them now. And I understand that it's, this is in the summer, but I mean, I think we look at these, the whole thing and review them all again prior to next September, whatever it is. Yeah, go ahead.
The problem with that, Mayor Carter, is that these groups take in their registration before September.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
Like they
no,
may be
okay.
talking in May. So that's the only problem with putting it off is that
I
to
mean,
know how much to charge for their registration. If the fees are going to go up, then they need to know that long before September.
fine.
Yeah.
So I meant for September as opposed to doing it at September. I mean, we have to, it just doesn't seem productive to be trying to do it here today, right now. I mean, we're somewhat guessing at numbers. We got numbers from Coeur d'Alene Lakes, we got numbers from Dysart. I mean, we realize we can't be equal on everything. Director of Finance.
I think the director is in constant contact with all the user groups of the arena. And I would suggest that she would have the inside knowledge of what is palatable to the user groups. And there's a fine balance of trying to raise the cost of covering our costs as well as providing a service to the community, the youth, the adults that use the facility. So I would suggest that maybe the director and myself and the user groups could look at this to amend anything if necessary for January 30th to be palatable, because we don't want to lose users, but we also don't want to be in, you know, cutting our costs that is unreasonable. So
Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just to tag on to what our Director of Finance is saying, we have, we discussed a while back, trying to set the fees for 2025. We have a follow-up report with some analysis of planning fees. I might ask Ms. McGuigan, and if a follow-up report came in the next couple of months, is that to Mayor Shell's or Deputy Mayor Shell's? Oops. We're just switching.
I'm out of here.
We're switching roles today, guys. You know, to the point made, these groups have to start planning and they have to start getting their registrations out. If we were to bring back follow-up information that informed the fees for September through to August of 2026, is that reasonable time frame if we were to try and get something back in February or early March? Yeah, well, in terms of some of the user groups doing their planning.
Yeah, I feel that would be doable. That without speaking to them particularly, I just know they're already booking their spring tryouts. So right now, numbers would be more beneficial for them than down the road.
But are the summer costs that we're talking about today applying to the 2025 summer season or the 2026 summer season?
The summer ones would be for 2025.
Okay.
So about what tryouts are we talking?
It's just starting this year. Storm is doing spring tryouts.
When is that? Just approximately.
May. The beginning of May.
But they've got their numbers until May 31st, right?
Correct.
According to this.
Yes, correct.
So that
We're not adjusting, like, as I
Right.
said before, the regular, so where their contracts are, they are at the 85 rate. So the adjustment of whether we go down or we go up, those wouldn't affect the minor groups until September. So obviously they will have their spring, they'll do their registration probably in May and June for.
Right.
So if we do in March, we're decent timing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was my question, is if we brought more analysis back to council by March and reviewed the fees at that point, that timing might work.
Yes, I will look for the end of February.
Okay. Next. Go ahead.
The other issue I'd like to bring up is public skating. And I'm not even going to tell you what Dysart's rate is because I don't want you to try and compare it to them. I'm not trying to compare with anybody. I'm trying to help our families that can't afford to put their kids in minor hockey, or they can't afford to put their kids in skating club, or basically they can't afford to go to public skating anymore either, because we're going to go, as an example, we're going to go 2 adults, so mom and dad, That's gonna cost them $10. And then they got 2 kids, that's gonna be another $6. And then you're gonna add tax on it. So we're $16 plus tax, I don't know what that is, to go to a public skating for a facility that they're paying for. And they could go up to 21 and go cheaper, a lot cheaper. So I want to see us really look at public skating, and I don't want it held against me next Tuesday when I question the cost of the arena, because frankly, I don't think this is big dollars, and I want to help the kids and the families of this community to make public skating almost free.
Councillor Ingram?
Like to propose that, exactly, that it should be free.
Deputy Mayor Shell?
So a few years ago, we had, we charged for the cultural center as an example for people to come in the summer, take their kids through the little buildings and things. And we dropped that and went to by donation. And we found that the revenue actually went up because, you know, you'll have some families come in from the city, they go, hey, this is great, here's $20. And then the next family comes through, maybe they can't afford that, they give it to whichever. I would even say by donation might be something to consider, because you might have one family that is willing to give more than what it's actually costing currently, and another family who just wants to take their kids skating who can't even afford maybe the $16 plus tax. Just, it's just a thought, but I think we did find that worked well at the cultural center.
I think it's a good thought, for sure, because it's, you know, I mean, it does cost us. But you could say people pay for it, but you can't tell where they're from either. So, you know, by donation, it would seem to be a reasonable thing to do. I don't know how you feel about that, Counselor.
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, there is a family rate of $11.50. It's not the individual, like 2 adults, 5 plus 5, and then your kids. So that's where that goes, but we can definitely we could do a trial period of what donations. I know in other facilities that I've worked in, there has been specific skates, not all of the skates were by donation. There was minimal brought in by the donation part of it, but we can definitely do a trial period.
Councillor McKelvey?
Just to point out, the $11.50 rate is only if you have 3 kids, which that was part of my other question. I was going to say, if I couldn't get this down, why would you do it that you have to have 3 kids before you get it $11.50? Because 1 kid's going to cost you and 2 adults is going to cost you $13. So it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so that is like the maximum of the kids. So when they come to the till, if they come up to us and it's 2 adults and 2 kids, we charge them the family rate.
We would need to change that. Then it's a maximum of 11 if that's what we're doing. And that didn't happen to me last weekend, but.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not okay. We need to figure out, is it $2? Is it $1?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
I like the idea of the donation. Try it for a year, see if it works out. Just see what it brings in, because personally, if you're not telling people to pay, they're more likely to help out, for sure. I would agree with that, where they can, right? So I'm all for that.
Go ahead.
So just for clarification, we would want to move for all public skates. So for adult skates and public skates, that we would want it by donation, or are we looking that we just want the donation by public skate? Because there's an adult skate and then there's stick and puck. There's an adult skate 2 times a week.
Through the week, though?
Yeah.
Donation will be all right then there too.
Right.
It's open anyway.
Try it. Try the by donation, and let's.
We're not going to blame you if we're low on. Absolutely. We'll blame it on, I don't know if she's the deputy mayor, the CAO, who she is today, but.
It's been recorded. I'll remember that next week.
You're my colleague now.
Next.
Got it. Gymnasium rental says adult 49.50, youth senior 34.50. Is this per day or per hour?
That's per an hour.
So again, I think we need to put it in there to say it's per hour so that there's no. And that applies to the next ones too. There's a few that have these rates and it's like, is that per day or per hour? And I think the sound system was supposed to go at the bottom of this, but it may be later on too. I don't know. Irondale Community Center fees. I do not see the wisdom of having a reduced rate for light kitchen use because it's not staffed. Everybody's going to be renting it for light Christmas or light kitchen use if we. So to me, it should just be rental per hour. Same as Lachlan if we ever get it open. Yeah, so I'm proposing we take out the light Christmas use, light, you know what I'm saying. Lisa and I agreed, so I'm assuming that's a done deal. She's been promoted to mayor there a few minutes ago, so. So then the next one, this is. I don't think we should be putting the rates up in the community center rooms because I think in the long run, we're going to price ourselves out of business and we won't have the rentals. So although it looks like I'm going to impact our budget by lowering the rates with my suggestion, I really don't think I am. I think I'm going to maintain the rentals that we get. So, but that's entirely up to council. We had a delegation the last time this came up.
Councilor Ringo.
Through the chair, any idea how often we rent that facility, say 1 and 2? I guess it would be, right? Mostly?
Like the community room?
Yeah.
So from your 2023, this is, I've removed policy 91. There was $10,000 revenue for 2023. For 2024, we were over 13,000.
Getting business, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just don't want to lose that business.
No,
That's it.
I don't have a problem with raising that, but they're leaving it the same.
You've gone up. But you're about, is it 5% or a little less than 5%? Is that what?
It's in between like the 5% just trying to get some even numbers.
Right. I mean, our costs are going up. I mean, it costs us more to service it this year than it did last year. I don't see. I'm sorry, I would agree that we just raise them as staff is recommending. Our costs go up. How much? So what's your next one? Well, we've got IJKL. I think we break for lunch. My pizza isn't hot anymore. It's
Sandwiches.
let's break. It's 1:04. We'll break until 1:30. And we're back. We're moving on. For all of you followers of Sesame Street, we're on to the letter I. This is it.
Did you turn that over to me or?
I did turn it over to you. Yes, I just,
Water service connections and new sewer service connections have a $75 administration fee, and I think it should be higher.
So would there be a proposal
Well, I'd go 100, but that's just my idea. So
or
what's
a
ever,
consensus of?
no,
No.
but we might if there's some new development. Mhm. Metered bulk water from hydrants. Did you want to elaborate on that humor? Or? There was a policy, I did the research on this. There was a policy passed many years ago, but doesn't seem to be showing up in the policies. Where we had been directed by MOE not to allow bulk water from our hydrants, and we did a policy, but for some reason it's lost. And it hasn't come back to this table again.
If there's the issue of backflow prevention, right, and being authorized, the firefighters are authorized and so are people with a certificate that allows them
Proper
to do that,
license.
a license, thank you. And that was the biggest concern I got from the ministry was the backflow prevention and just anybody using it. Because what would happen, and it happened, doesn't happen now, but when they did the ice track up top, the apprentices would use the fire hydrant. And nobody paid for that, right? But they were using it in the middle of the night. And I mean, whatever happens, if you lose pressure and something sucks back in there, it's, you know what, Washington, right? Whatever. So that's a little background on why we didn't do it. I did a policy on it. I did a long time ago, probably need to be updated anyway, but that's basically what it spoke to. It had to be authorized personnel that did the work. So if Mike, at the time, we had our own backflow prevention device, and I would go and add it, like do the fill up. We only did it a few times because Halliburton needed some water at, I think at Pine Snow one time. But, yeah. I mean, with all the regulations on it, it's just asking for trouble, really, I think, personally.
so but it is sort of like the very special occasion where you. What, the MOE told you what?
That our license doesn't allow us, for
I
one
see.
thing, to give water. Mind you, Aqua will tell you differently, so I don't know if they got something changed. Never changed during my tenure.
Well, I guess the situation is that if there's some construction or something that's going on our road that where they need water or something like that we would.
No, that's where you go and you pump it.
Yeah.
You don't give people treated water to put down on the road.
No.
So
No,
that's
that's a
what
good
we would
point.
tell people, go to Rotary, to a boat launch or wherever and fill up your truck that way.
Perhaps Mr. Timmons could.
Counselor Ingram's right. Absolutely, the backflow is an issue. There are backflow devices that you do use if you were to do this, and you use them for other temp water issues as well, if you have to get into any of that type of stuff. I think in my time here, we've maybe had 2 requests in 2.5 years for it, and both times we just said we don't do that. Again, in a very specific situation, we could have Aqua do it. They could do it safely, but it's not something I think we should be promoting as something we offer. And then the other point, exactly right, 50,000 liters per day. Anybody's allowed to take out of any river anytime before you need a permit. So most water trucks running on the roads are running with lake water.
So we just take this out.
I would agree that's probably a good bet.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I have a question, two questions, actually. I'll ask the first one. The sewer dumping, or no, not sewer dumping. Well, it is sewer dumping, I guess, for the trailers behind the arena, the community center. It's a wonderful service. I know we've used it ourselves with our trailer. It is used a lot, but we all, I'm sure, do get concerns that it's being used by people who don't even live here, but the people who are on the system are having to pay for the treatment of the, the black water and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure that we're going to solve that problem today, but it's definitely a concern with a lot of people within the community. And then I have a second thing, but I'll just pause on that.
No, I think
Or you first.
Mhm.
Through the chair, the CAO, myself, and the treasurer have discussed exactly that. I think you're absolutely right. We're not gonna have a solution here today, but it is something that we have in the works, and we've heard that as well, so.
Okay, Councillor Ingram.
So some more history. The full intent, that was put in on the council's wish. And the intent of it was to draw people in from the highway, to bring them into town, to use the facilities after they've done. That was the thinking. They would use more of the facilities in town, just to give you a background. I think if we don't have it there, we're gonna have problems with people just dumping. I do. Especially with them knowing it's there now. I don't know how you charge it because you can't charge for sewage.
Councillor McKelvey.
So just a little more of that background. I thought it was put in for the campground at the fair hall. At the fairgrounds, we were going to have, which was also an economic development thing, will bring a lot of people anyways. Doesn't matter, it's there. It's being really, really well used, but it is not fair to the local users to be paying for the treatment of that. So I was going to propose next week that the taxpayers in general, pay the water and sewer system the equivalent of one household. Because I mean, it's only used in the summer. So at least it's all the taxpayers and not just the users of the facility, last year I brought it up, can we put a fee for service, like a quarter slot machine in there, but you couldn't do that, I guess, so.
All right, Councillor Sini. Sini.
Thank you. Yes, our titles are changing, our names are changing. This is great. Thank you. I've had a lot of questions from other people throughout the province actually asking about our system here. Full disclosure, I do use it once or twice a year as well and find it a great convenience. So I love the fact that we have it here. And so I think we need it. I also know people from around who do camping use it frequently, all the Burnt River and all those folks who are doing other types of camping stop here on their way back home. So it does bring people into town as mentioned before. So it's an asset for us in many ways, but is there a charge? It should not be going back on top of the revenues that we're drawing from the households that are on water. So maybe if we come back with a proposal about, can we charge something? Could it even be, on donation? I don't know. Can it be something that you put your credit card on and it automatically says, okay, you can use this once or something? I don't know what the technology is now that we have, but I really want to see it stay there because it is a good asset. And the concern that I'm getting across the province is that because they don't have one, people are dumping on the side of the road. So that's important to recognize as well. So thank you.
All right, well, I think this is a budget discussion as opposed to fees and charges, although it. Councillor Ingram.
Each of that time, Councillor McKelvey. Service charge for water meter replacement and repair. That's the property of the township, those water meters, not the owner of the house. I don't think we should charge them if the thing fails. I think they should, yeah.
Oh,
Through the chair to the counselor, generally we don't, if it's a worn out or regular use. If we some sort of abuse or some neglect, then we consider the charge, but we generally do not charge
Okay,
for the meter.
we need it in there. I mean, it's our
Through-
property. It's our property. We can keep it maintained.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I think to Mr. Timmons' point, if there is abuse or damage, I think that would be the case. Where they've damaged the township's property and for us to replace it.
I get what you're saying, but this is a service charge. Okay, of $125. That to me means you're gonna charge me to put it back in my house. If it fails, I shouldn't have to pay a service charge to replace it. It's the township's property.
So is it a matter of?
I think in the past, it's just been if somebody's done blatant damage to it,
I
not
don't think
wanting
we've ever used it,
to
to be
work,
honest
or
with
I
you.
don't know.
I don't.
I shouldn't say that it was done that way, but I believe that was the intent and perhaps the
Oh, yeah, I
wording
think so
could be
too.
changed, but yeah.
How much have you used it? Very rarely, although we do have a circumstance ongoing right now with one that froze, that we are considering to be the property owner's responsibility.
Perfect example right there. But yeah, okay. I just don't see that as a fee and charge. I see it more of a maintenance thing.
Fine, almost.
The freezing part isn't your responsibility. Clearly, that's a perfect example, Mike, actually. So.
Councilor McKelvin?
I would just suggest staff work on the wording. Just change the wording, but that was a perfect example. They should have to pay if they didn't heat where the thing is. But maybe just change the wording so it's not, if it's something that, the meter just quit working or something and it's our responsibility, then this wouldn't apply. So just if we change that wording. So the bulk water, I just want to clarify in my own head. Did we remove that?
Yeah.
No? Okay. So I had gone back, I found that previous policy and had sent it. So shouldn't we have that come back? Like, I don't know, do you want me to send it again? I sent it in September. Do you want me to forward it again to you and Cynthia? Like, shouldn't we have that policy where, like I said, it was adopted, it was policy 84. Ministry told us not to let people use those hydrants.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sure, we can look at updating a policy.
I'll just send it off to you again. CFC appliances, refrigerators, so, oh, sorry,
Just
yep.
on-
Go ahead.
Regarding the water from the township coin meter. When was the last time we put the price of that up? Just, I mean, not that you can compare the water you get out of the town water system to what Water Depot sells, but it is a business within the community, and I'm just, we really can't compete in that kind of thing, so just curious.
2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, it went from 25 to 50 or something, but I mean, that's still, anyway, just,
I don't know, what do others charge?
I don't think anybody else has, well, you mean what does Water Depot charge?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's probably $4 for a jug roughly. I mean, now it's not town water, don't forget, like we're talking, it's been filtered and, well, I mean, not the town water's not filtered, but doesn't have the chlorine in it, it was reverse osmosis, yes. So, you look at, I think it's maybe $4.65 for the reverse osmosis one, but anyway, it's just, I don't even know how often or how much, what our revenue is on that. And again, maybe that's something that'll come quarterly with the water and sewer update, but it's just a thought. It jumped out at me. I know when we first put this in and said 25 cents and people went sideways, like that we were actually charging 25 cents for 4 liters of water. But I mean, in this day and age, I think it's pretty reasonable price.
Let's see.
That's,
Councilor
that,
McKelvin.
sorry, did you say me
Unless you're-
first?
Sure, go ahead.
I was
Say
just
that.
gonna say that price is still cheaper what they're charging. The 50 cents.
No, that's exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like it's $4
we
at
should
Water Depot.
compete.
No,
And I
no,
don't
and we're
think we
not.
should compete.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree.
It should be more relative considering that it's not exactly the same water, but also 50 cents for 4 liters is pretty cheap.
Councilor Covey.
I did this research 2 years ago when we changed this because it was ridiculously low, and I support changing this again. We're trying to compete against businesses that pay us taxes, and that's not really fair. So the 50 cents for 4 liters is extremely cheap compared to what you can buy it at the grocery store or what Water Depot has it.
I'm sorry, I've never used it here. So is this just regular tap water from?
From town, it's town chlorinated water.
Okay, no, it's just,
Yeah.
right.
Yes, and that's my other concern is that, again, the users of the water system are paying for that. So I was glad to get it up this changed to 50 cents, but we're still low. But they used to get it for free, and that's when it was really criticized that town people were paying for this water system, and the lake people were coming to get water for free. So it was put in as a meter. Yeah.
Who uses it?
A lot of people.
I know a lot of people use it. I see it all the
Lake
time.
people, cottagers a lot.
Yep.
You sure it is?
Oh, I'm not disputing it. It just comes down
I
to what
wouldn't
the
use
cost
it.
is. That's,
Yeah, through the chair, it's metered. I don't know off the top of my head, but I,
Oh, come on, Mike.
So,
all right, that's on the list.
Right.
Let's move on next.
PFC appliances, it's $50 if it hasn't been tagged. What's it cost us to get rid of that? Like, are we covering our costs?
through the chair, we are for the $50, and the difference is there. If it's been removed by a certified technician, we obviously don't need to pay that.
Right.
So if it comes in with the Freon, we have to remove that, and that's what the $50 covers.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we're covering our costs.
We are, yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
that's fine. I don't have anything else on the environment stuff. I thought I did. Yeah. We changed that in October for the brush to be free, yard waste.
Okay, so that's I, you, would have been J.
J is the back to community services advertising. And before I comment on what's in this bylaw, I have to comment on the signboards that were put up, and there was issues with them at the arena. But Candace has corrected that, and there's new ones have been put up. And she's also put them along the inside of the boards. Like if you were to go into the arena and go out along the ice surfaces stand,
So
there's advertising there, and it's fabulous. Like kudos, that was really well done. That's also going to generate a lot more interest, I think. Like when I walked in Monday night and saw that, I was like, wow, if I was in business, I'd want one of these. So I think that's really good, which brings me to the annual rate. I'm not so sure we shouldn't increase that. That was rates have been like that for a long time, and that's pretty cheap advertising. And you have 600 people at a Huskies game looking at your sign. That's extremely cheap advertising.
how long have we been doing it?
Just started.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we've just started. I know it's low. I would just caution at this moment because I have had a couple businesses reach out, but then didn't come on board. So I would like to, yeah, yeah. So I would like to filter through the year and look at 2026 fees and charges for an increase, because there's also, we're looking at a lot of other things too, potentially of Lexon, and that could be changing some fees as well. So I would rather bring that forth in 2026.
So this is, it really should probably be for September 1st again, should it? No?
So the board advertisement, so ideal, like, so for the board advertisement, usually it will start August 1st because we want to get them installed
Right.
when the ice is out and
Right.
the arena's warm. So that's where the board advertising is. So we have some advertising right now, but I would like to kind of try to get through everything.
Councilor Kelly.
Counselor Ingram may want to bring this up, but he did bring it up before about advertising on the fence in the ball diamonds.
Landfill.
Oh, yeah, that's it. So I just didn't know if that had been thought about more as far as getting that. There's another revenue stream.
Yeah, so we have it under review. We have some fencing repair that we need to do at the ball diamond. So until that's ratified, then, but again, that's on the radar.
So if you did it at the landfill, would you have to get MOE to approve it?
No problem.
I think that's waste. We have to discuss that. I would have to talk to the experts over in that area. But I'm looking at the ball diamonds, not landfill.
My other question was the 10.50 per 2-week block for the Water Street signs. They put, like, whoever's doing that, they put them up, right? Do we have to put that up?
Yeah, through the chair. It's the staff. It is staff that puts it up, like we have it designated. We wouldn't want members of the public doing it because we might lose some more letters.
I think we need to charge more than $10.50 then. Just my thought.
Councilor Johansson.
Just regarding that, I know in the summertime, I think you got some more rental from that. A lot of people didn't know about it, so I would hate to see the price go up. Just with the Rotary Fest and everything else that was going on, I know there was more people that were interested. And again, a lot of people don't know about it, so I don't know how much you want to go up.
And I think most of the time it's not really private businesses. It's usually service clubs and
Yeah, okay.
and events that charities, whatever. So
My other question was the electric vehicle charging stations. And again, this is one of these, are we competing with local businesses? Because these things are all over the place now. Is $2.50 an hour comparable to what you can do out at the gas station? I don't know.
So the there was somebody bought an electric vehicle and they've been, talking about it on Facebook. And so I went to the site where, where all these chargers are all around. It's all over the board. You could go across the street and it can be 3 times more expensive. So I don't know. At this point, I think we just leave it with, with them. Nobody uses it.
We do get the odd use of it, but it's not even closely, like, I'd rather get rid of them
Yeah.
myself. It's costing us money, but I think you looked into that before and we can't get rid
Oh,
of them.
through you, Mr. Mayor, this question came up at budget last year and we have a contract that we cannot get out of at this point. So
Like I've seen one car there in all my. So.
Yeah.
Councilor Sandy.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how we can compare these costs because at $2.50 per hour, some things charge faster than others.
Yeah.
There's a lot more in volts and amps to
Yeah.
look at. But I do think it is an asset because there are many people that do come, particularly from larger communities that have electric cars. So over time, if we can encourage them to come to our parking lot, that would be a very good thing for our downtown businesses.
It's on the
to
map
keep it
of all
there.
the sites around.
Yes,
You can go
so that's
to it.
good.
So and it is pointed out there and it tells you the level it charges at and what the cost is and all that. So
So to try to promote that we have them here, not just on their site, but making that a feature, I think is good
Yeah.
for business. Thank you.
okay, so that's J, K, L. All right, so what does the motion look like?
We're proposing to add that. I'll read the whole thing. That council receives report 2502, proposed changes.
Your
I'm
microphone?
not close enough.
Yeah, they're like, the light's not working.
That council receives report 2502, proposed changes to the comprehensive fees and charges bylaw, and that council directs staff to proceed with the public meeting scheduled for January 30th, 2025, to adopt the proposed changes and amendments to the fees and charges bylaw, and further staff report back with fee analysis report by March 2025.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we're referring to the amendments, there were, I know our Director of Finance and each one of the directors was tracking. I have been tracking. It's those housekeeping things that you agreed to, or any of the fee changes that you agreed to. I have confirmed with Ms. Doherty, Ms. McGuigan, and if there's anything in Mr. Timmons' area that we need to come back with analysis, I believe, and building division, so our CBO's area, we're proposing to come back to council with that information in March on some fee analysis.
Okay, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We now move to closed session. So I will let you read the motion.
Moved by Councillor Johannesson, seconded by Councillor Ingram. Be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at 1:57 PM for the purpose of discussing the following. One item pursuant to section 239 2B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. One item pursuant to section 239 2E of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board.
All those in favor? That is carried. All right, we will be moving into closed session, and that for all intents and purposes, that ends our meeting for today, and we will come back into open session only to approve certain bylaws and get through administrative issues. So thank you. We will start closed session at 2:10. welcome back. Right, please read the resolution to resume open session.
Thank you. Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Johannesson. Be it resolved that closed session adjourned at 3:22 PM and open session resumed.
All those in favor? It is carried. Report from closed session.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that the direction given in closed session be approved.
All those in favor? That is carried. I don't think we have any bylaws, right?
We did have one.
Okay.
Yes.
But it wasn't 6-2, was it? Yeah, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that bylaw 25-01 zoning bylaw amendment PLZBA 2024062 be received and read a first time, considered read a second time and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That's carried. Confirming bylaw.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that bylaw 25-02 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its meeting of January 9th, 2025 be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That is carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Johannesson. Be it resolved that the January 9th, 2025 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 3:24 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone, for joining us at our first meeting of the new year. And thank you for Deputy Clerk Fitton for standing in and doing a wonderful job. Our next regular meeting will be held on Thursday, January 30th at 9 a.m. Next week, we have two special meetings. Council taking place on Tuesday, January 14th and Thursday, January 16th, both at 9 a.m. for 2025 budget declarations. We out.